Let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally here. Carry to College 2025. Happy to be back with you here on the Stay Plugged In Network. I'm Bearlight. Joining me here, a special guest. We've got Lane in the house. Lane, welcome to Carry to College, the #1 place for high school esports recruiting. How are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm super excited to be here. Thanks again for the opportunity. Bear, it's going to be great to be with you, be with Blasky and all of our audience to watch the beasts coming out of the esports world. Like you said, to get connected to college world through Stay Plugged In. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a great day. A lot to happen.
Hey, listen, let's start with the roots and talk a little bit about Stay Plugged In and what it's all about here today, Lane. As you see, Stay Plugged In is a place to get connected with colleges. Obviously, we have online events like you'll see here with Carry to College, the biggest one of the year. They also run showcases during that time frame as well. But it's a little bit more than that, right? You can get connected in a multitude of different ways.
Absolutely. Stay Plugged In is a place that helps you to get connected, again, to the college esports programs, but also reaching out, whenever you need to coaches and directors, meaning having that special professional support as well. You can also take action by having scouts to watch you play, watch you bring your best, and also all that covered by Discord servers. We're here to help. So it's a lot to happen. Stay Plugged In offers a lot to these players and students, man.
That's right. Yeah, you can link your profile as well whenever you're talking about creating a resume, for example. That's one of the big ways that you can be connected to these colleges and be able to have something in hand whenever you experience the college fair, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Let's check out the colleges that are joining us for the college fair that have the past 30 minutes. These players have been talking to the colleges that came through for this is just for weekend 1, by the way. So we'll have more colleges joining us for the Valorant and Smash version whenever we hit it next week. But I mean, Lane, there's a lot of big names on this list for sure.
There's a lot of big names, and it's cool to see how spread the work and the network is over the country. And we see especially a new event coming on one of these colleges, and the college is New England one, right? Bear, we have news along the year to show.
That's right. We just announced it not too long ago. A couple weeks ago, I believe. We'll be in New Hampshire. So for those of you in the Northeast and actually around the country, we've seen a lot of students travel a long way to be part of the live event. There's nothing like being able to connect one-on-one with college recruiters and then have them see you compete in person. How do you handle the pressure? Well, you have to tell us. You have to show us how you handle that pressure. Make sure to register now. A $900 prize pool as well. Rocket League, Smash, and Valorant will be at New England College on February 22nd through 23rd. That live environment is a little bit more difficult to handle than the online environment. I'll tell you that, Lane.
Absolutely, right? When you're on site, it's tougher, it's more complicated. You gotta deal also with the emotions. We have a lot of people present. But even so, it's just a month from now, so there's time to get ready. There's time to step up your game. So yeah, hoping to see you all there.
So you saw the list of colleges in front of you that are attending the college fair. Well, there are a bunch, I say a bunch, but there are a few that weren't able to make it today, but that's okay. They'll have the scouting reports in hand too. So just by signing up specifically for Spin Showcases for Carry to College, like you'll see today, your name is on the list as being an active participant here for Stay Plugged In. And that goes a long way. Active participation is what a lot of these schools are looking for. And so one of the big ways to really get your name out there is by running some of these online events or like the live event that we saw coming up at New England College. So a lot of ways to get involved for sure, but also, those when we talk about those scouting reports and the colleges that come through, one of the biggest ways to add to your resume is by becoming an all-star. And so part of your all-star registration, Lane, is being able to participate in Stay Plugged In. You get a few extra bonus points. But at the end of the day, Coke All-Stars is a successful event we ran back in November. I mean, it was cool to see Lemon Kiwi on the desk with me. We had I Hold Shipped. I'm sure that you've run into a few times here, Lane, eh?
Yeah, such an amazing guy. Yeah. Like I said, All Stars is a chance to show that you can become a legend. You can get selected to be amongst the top, and it's a lot of things happening. You have the chance to get nominated. You are selected by a very, very strict and high qualified committee. So there's a lot to show when it comes to the All Star section here. And I'm excited to see who's going to get there. Which names are going to be selected as the All Stars this year.
Yeah, you get honored no matter what, no matter how you perform. $250 guaranteed dollars in a care package for every All-Star. We've won it the past couple of years and has been absolutely successful. It's been great to be a part of personally. And in fact, we got to see the champions, by the way, of the All-Star event, which are some names that you might recognize on this list here. Valorant's not until next week for Carry to College, but I'm sure we'll have a few of the All-Stars there attending. But the champions were the Crosshair champs. Spencer Claypool has been a big reason why Cumberland University has been successful. It was the star coach for this squad, and they became Coca-Cola All-Star champions. Syke leading the way in that charge. He's one of the best and more impactful players that we've seen in the course of Stay Plugged In history. But at the end of the day, was at the Rocket League side as well. We got to go over. And Wavy, a big name in the RLCS currently, as he competes with Deleted, with some of the big names like Gyro, Andy, individuals I know personally pretty well. And Wavy, part of our organization for a while. Also, super impactful player. He got MVP, but it was actually Nash on that side. So sometimes it's not just the leaders that can get involvement and become an MVP. Nash had a heck of an all-star season.
It's amazing, isn't it? Wavy and Nash, such a great bunch of players, and Wavy also, like you said, joining Gold Diggers and having the chance to play and show his qualities. But look at those GPAs, right? These guys do not joke. They have their chances. They're taking it up. So not only fantastic students, but also very good players all over from Texas to New York. I want to see these guys again. I want to see a lot more because some of them are not playing together anymore for this next season. So we're talking about the chance of spreading their talents, right, Chris? So it's going to be great to see how they're going to do this.
No doubt about it. Those are some of the most impactful players that we've seen, yes, in and out of the game. But you'll see plenty of players here over the course of Rocket League and Overwatch, which is not part of All-Stars quite yet. Doesn't mean it won't be in the future, but Rocket League specifically, we'll see today a bunch of those All-Stars. Bring them up for us. Let's see them and check out those All-Stars here today. Phoebes, one of the first two-time All-Stars, especially on the Rocket League side. Phoebes was actually the MVP of 2023, fun fact, and also returned for 2024, so no shocker that he was there that year. But, I mean, just take a look at this list and a couple of fun stories that we'll see on the pitch here today as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm eager to see Phoebes and Crypto. These guys already having come from the top on the last occasions here. Also Haas. And like I said, Haas and Crypto not playing together, but also Kalad, Sync, and Reach. So these are the monsters that are going to be unleashing their qualities for us live today.
And I'm not sure if you saw that, but with Reach's name, he was actually an all-star in Valorant specifically. So wow. I'm sure he could have made it on the Rocket League side as well, but you have to choose one because they compete at the same time. So he chose Rocket League, he chose Valorant rather, and rightfully so. But he's also on one of the favorite teams too. So Lane, it's actually sometimes impressive to see some of the students specifically. I mean, some colleges might be looking for somebody who can fill in a Rocket League roster and a Valorant roster, and Reach is one of those players that can do exactly that.
Absolutely. This guy becomes an asset, right? Because as you said, it's very, very tough, very rare to see a player fulfilling those roles so well. Two different games, two different genres as well. So very good for him. It's going to surely stack his name up.
It will be. Yep, they're building the resume. That's what I was talking about since the beginning of time, and 100%. That's what we've been seeing here today as well. But I want to give a big shout out to Coca-Cola as well for their involvement in the All-Stars tournament for the past couple of years. They made a difference specifically in that organization, being able to honor those students who are good, not only just in game, but also, like we mentioned, in the classroom. Building communities is what Stay Plugged In is all about too, is finding players that can contribute to be an asset no matter where you are, right? And so a lot of the players here today are looking to do that exact same thing, and that's the ultimate goal maybe, is to become, especially in Stay Plugged In, Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars. A big thank you for Coca-Cola as well for a lot of these showcases that they put on as well. They're a sponsor here for C2C and a lot of the other events that we have running throughout the year, so I can't thank them enough for their involvement. Well, Lane, let's get into it. What is Carry to College? We have 5 minutes. Let's tear through it super quick style as we go to the overview of the schedule here and check out what we've got going on, which is the 2-day event across 2 weekends. I said schedule, but here we're just doing the overview. First weekend, we start, like you're seeing in front of us, Overwatch in Rocket League, but in weekend 2, you get your share of FPS titles. I know you're big into FPS, Lane. Valorant and Super Smash Bros. There.
Absolutely love it to see that Valorant is listed as well as Super Smash Bros. Like I said, second weekend, also bringing all that kind of emotional, that load of plays that we're going to be able to see soon. So yeah, it's a very much a special pack of weekends to see happening. And after that, we got obviously we also have the college fair. So yeah, it's a lot happening. 4 games, 4 nice titles, all spinning around the emotions of fast-pacing decisions and matches. So I'm very excited to see Carry to College happening, man.
Let's check. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and check out the schedule now on Q.
Yep.
As we've got, Rocket League and Overwatch, they're playing simultaneously. So we'll go through 3 rounds of the group stage here, Lane. On the main channel, we'll get into in just a bit, but we'll follow Rocket League first for a couple of matches. Then we'll switch over to Overwatch. But most notably, the bracket is going to start today. So we'll have a group stage, and only the top teams will make it to that bracket lane. And that will start off and kick off at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we get down to business even starting today.
Absolutely. It's so cool to see how, thin the margin is for these teams. So they cannot make mistakes because the championship carries on and goes forward. There's not a second chance in most of the cases. And I'm talking that about Rocket League and Overwatch. So it's winning or winning to reach the top. And I'm excited to see how we're going to be reaching the bracket stage. Not only along today, but also tomorrow. It's going to be cool to see all of that happening already. Seeing the numbers and the information about tomorrow, Bear, because we're talking quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals. So it's a very, very busy weekend for these players.
Yep, those times subject to change, but as it's listed right now, you'll see, the matches running simultaneously there for Rocket League and Overwatch. Depending on how many teams and how quickly the bracket moves, though, we could have a possibility of having the grand finals at different times on the main channel, where we'll have Monkey Man and Orbital. So 2 of the best here on the Stay Plugged In network, also going to be able to cover that action for you tomorrow as well. Let's check out the stream schedule and see the many channels that we'll have here today. One of the coolest things about Stay Plugged In's Carry to College is the fact that you can have and watch multiple games, right? As a college, it's not just the main channel. You don't have to just listen to us the whole time, although we recommend you do, and open another tab and go to Stay Plugged In B and Stay Plugged In C if you want some extra coverage of Rocket League. Stream D, Stream E, which is Stay Plugged In D and Stay Plugged In E, respectively. They'll have some extra games on the Overwatch 2 side. So if you're interested in all titles, you should have 5 tabs open. If you're just into one of those 2 titles, well, you can see where you go from there. Lane, no matter what channel you open up, you're going to find some talent nonetheless.
Super easy. Yes, a lot of games and matches happening, and a lot of action to be digested, let's put it this way. But again, for those who love esports, and it's never enough, we always want more. We want to see everything we can. So like you said, 5 tabs, that's the goal for today and for tomorrow.
Open them up. It might be a lot. Even if you have to mute a couple, it's totally fine. No worries about it. All right. We're going to be hanging out with you nonetheless. So Lane, I just we have some extra time here to kill on the pre-show. I want to ask you a little bit about, what we've got going on as far as like the prizing format. Obviously, you want to get into the details of how you're going to win as a student. So give us the detail, the down low.
Yes, the prizing pool is amazing. We're saying $1,000 for the champions and $500 for the runners-up. Also $250 per team, obviously for the third and fourth place all over the weekend. So yeah, it's great motivation, right, for guys to push on. It's gonna help you no matter what. So yeah, if you can just try your best. Do your best, because the prize pool helps a lot, obviously. And we already approached the format, right? Going from a group stage to the playoffs tomorrow. So that's a lot to watch, a lot to digest and to enjoy. And I'm very, very much curious to see, man, as an FPS lover, I'm dying to see how these guys are going to be playing Overwatch and Valorant as well tomorrow. But also on the Rocket League side of things, also how they're going to be kicking off, how they're going to be, managing and building the momentums. So I'm an esports all-time lover, so I'm here for it. My heart and my mind are open for the entire weekend.
That's awesome to hear. I love to hear it. And of course, with Carry to College, one of the things that we like to highlight is obviously college recruiting first and foremost, but a lot of times, people forget that esports goes hand in hand with a lot of careers that are out there. In fact, I know you've had some experience as a creator yourself, and in fact, it goes back a long time. Give a little bit of a brief history of how you got involved in esports, because I think that's definitely a valuable asset for a lot of these students to hear.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to share my story very quickly. I come from a background where I was watching a lot of titles, especially like League of Legends back in 2013. And then, loving the fast paced analysis and the casting itself in Brazilian Portuguese. And then I had the chance to dive into those MOBA gamings, changing for FPSs after. So I've been casting, there a lot of things for a long time until I finally decided to settle down into the first shootings. It's been quite a journey. It's amazing to be a caster and also create content. Yeah, we just love games. We love sports.
I'm going to pick your brain throughout the entirety of this broadcast. I hope you don't mind, because I feel like you have a lot of value in that brain. But it's good to hear kind of your reflection here, and we'll be good to go. Let's go ahead and check out the matchup now. Our first one, we've got it. Like we mentioned, we'll dive into Rocket League first. It'll be Team Magic facing off with Buccaneers on a sloop. I'm not sure what that means. I'm going to be honest with y'all. Maybe I'm just outdated. Maybe I'm just old. So maybe you can fill me in on lane as well. But if not, chat will definitely be able to help us out. But a round one matchup, and like we say a lot of these times, these high school students, they're still making a name for themselves. So we don't know a whole lot about these students, Lane. But what we do know is that now is a really a good time to be in this recruitment picture, because at the end of the day, that's the time of year it is.
Yes, yeah, we have to emphasize enough that January is a very much hot spot, right? To find your player, to go after the best guys, the best seniors, looking into the college scholarship. So yeah, this is the moment. That's why we ask you all to share the stream and stay with us, because the best guys are going to be playing. Let's watch what they can do here, Bear.
Game number one of a best of 5 is what the matchup will look like in the group stage. Like we mentioned, 3 of these matchups, so you want to get off to the hot start, and what better way to do that than to have Azrael with a hot start 1-0 Magic.
Amazing. That was a very, very beautiful touch from a long distance, not finding any kind of resistance. I would say Buccaneers were kind of caught on surprise, still organizing their backlines. And just like that, we already have an opener for Magic. Very, very good beginning for them.
No doubt. That one's barred down as well. They're trying to follow up on that one, although they weren't able to sneak it in. It was a great save from Buccaneers. And Aura now finding KT as well. Nobody back, and they were just able to tap that one in. So the defense maybe looking a little bit eager. That's sometimes when you're on that main channel lane, you can kind of have to fight some nerves off. It seems like Buccaneers are struggling with that.
They are, and I would say on the side of Magic, changing that the player, as the clutcher shows that they got a versatile kind of squad, right? Because you don't rely on just one player. Other than that, you're looking and doing a very, very good job on the attacking side of things so far.
Well, Gnosis, who you're looking at right now, is actually a Coca-Cola All-Star as well. Maybe a late addition to this bracket, or maybe he just wasn't listed initially. Maybe they made a change, which is something you're able to do. But right now, they're on that Buccaneer side, but they just can't get anything going. They look a little bit confused, but credit Magic for being able to take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, an amazing second chance for Aura Farmer, going there again and putting the ball in the back of the net. A confident guy, and so far he has scored from 2 different sides, which is amazing, right? He came from the right side and now at the left. So Buccaneers not finding themselves in the field at this point. It's been a tough beginning of a game for them at this moment.
Try to get it together. Still put in time. That's the beauty of a best of 5 situation. You don't have to rush too much. I wouldn't throw up any immediate red flags. Obviously, the defense needs to change and make some adjustments. It hasn't been the cleanest of starts, but plenty of time for them to do that. Azrael's been a good part of this start, the junior, it looks like. And for the kind of rounding out the rest of the roster so we can put some names to faces. KT on this squad as well. The KJ, Aura Farmer will be Team Magic leading 3-0. A chance for Gnosis, the all-star, but it goes off the crossbar. So sometimes whenever things aren't going right, you'll see opportunities that are very clean, but you just can't quite finish, and that happened yet again.
Yes, and Buccaneers having to change things around, right? It's been 2 minutes. It's been complicated for them to find a line of work inside of this first game. So I don't know how they're going to adjust into the end of this, because Magic, they're looking so solid and comfortable, and we see a lot of those higher movements now, because both teams were playing mostly on the ground, and now we begin to see some verticality as the time and as the clock goes.
KT or Koopa Troopa for those colleges out there. Also a senior this season, Riku, I believe, is that aura farmer, if you will. You love the name changes to really give yourself some confidence rolling in. I guess it's working, Lane, because they got that 3-0 lead at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's working so well. As we see now, another attempt, and maybe, oh, there it is. Ezreal was the man to bring it up once more. So we're talking about two very, very good players here when it comes to attacking and bringing the offensive side. Aura and Farm, they were the guys to clutch this up. 4-0, it is surely a disaster, a nightmare, at least for Buccaneers on the first game, but nothing is lost. Red Bear, they still got a chance. As we can see, they almost got to a kind of a medium range shot, but Ezreal was there to block it up.
Yeah, it's cliche, but cliche for a reason, Lane. Whenever you lose a game in Rocket League 4-0, or maybe it becomes even worse, even if it does, it's just one game out of the pocket, and you can reset after the game.
Absolutely.
Are they going to make a comeback here? Probably not. It's lean that way, where it's going to be very difficult if they do. But you'd like to get at least one of the boards, see one go in, and then it starts to feel a little bit better over time. So that's what I'm honestly secretly hoping for here for the Bucks, especially if you're here to support the crew. I know Gnosis very well. Don Boss has been pretty regular in the Stay Plugged In network, has been really grinding his way to try to get this covered. And then CJ, you can say the exact same thing. So I'm kind of rooting for these guys as well, having been around the Stay Plugged In network for a while.
Yes, it's like you said, it's a long way for them to also recover. They got a lot of chances yet at the start of the series. So Buccaneers still having to sense the game, right? And the start for Magic was so aggressive that Buccaneers finally have the chance to touch more the ball, you know, change things around, use the field, go for those corners, but also show that they're alive. Maybe not in this game, but like, come on, it's going to be a warm-up kind of game, and it's fine. The second one is going to roll yet. And Magic, like I said, just as we speak, they managed to expand it even more. Buccaneers at a tough spot, but again, nothing irreversible yet.
Yeah, it does come as a little bit of a surprise. I know it's game one, but for Magic to be 16 seed and Buccaneers to be 21, it's looking like the discrepancy is actually a little bit bigger to some degree. The gap has been bigger in this game number one. It's up to the Bucks. It's always interesting to see their mentality as well, because maybe you get bested in game number one. Maybe that's a motivator, right? It's a wake-up call. Maybe they just came out of the college fair and were rushing into the lobby. So enough speculation, though. There's just a million different things that could be going through their minds. And a 5-0 lead was probably not one of them, but that's where we are right now. And basically, we can strike this one as a win for Magic, and the ideal start from their perspective.
Oh yeah, it's like you said, it's a wake-up call that it's gonna happen. If not now, but then after this game is done for them, because Magic, they are like overriding against Buccaneers, and it's been a very, very good start. Everything working well, and it seems to be more of a defensive kind of struggle, for Buccaneers than anything else. Because when it comes to the middle portion of the field battles, they do a good job. They're there, they fight, they go physical, but they're not just able to get to the defensive portion of Magic so far. And like I said, oh, there it is, the surprise, the caster guys. So yeah, I jinxed them a little bit, but there it is. They managed to bring it up.
You know what? Yeah, it can't fall on you at the end of the day. Let's just chalk it up to the fact that the Bucks really wanted to showcase that they wanted that goal before moving into game number 2 to try to shift some of that momentum. That's what we're going to go with instead. Excellent play from Magic to kick off. Don't get us wrong, but Buccaneers finally showing something. We're able to break through. A bit of a breakdown defensively from Magic would say that they're not invulnerable either. So Magic still will take game number 1. We'll move on to the next one. Whenever this ball hits the ground. And KT, Koopa Troopa, that senior, led the charge here for Magic, but a lot of it was Israel, the junior, the younger stud, who had a couple of goals there early, and then also a save to kind of add to his resume here too, as the players play rule number 0, but eventually hit the ground here. Magic will take game number 1.
Amazing. 3 goals for Ezreal. He was definitely the force, right, when it comes to attacking for them. And
Sure.
Buccaneers sensing the game, having the chance to, understand how Magic plays as well, study them a little bit more. I want to,
With a hot start, 1-0 Magic.
Amazing. That was a very, very beautiful touch from a long distance. Not, of course, it gets tough, right? And at the last minutes, the last seconds after the play is developed, it's tough to block your opponent always. They couldn't find those, those plays to be better defending, but it's okay. It's fine. We still got a long series to go.
That's right. Yeah, you called out K&O as
Yeah.
I've known as Gnosis, but you can see the name change there.
Uh-huh.
Gnosis, as a Coca-Cola All-Star, is
Okay.
obviously an impactful player. Now, Game 1 obviously didn't go very well, but they'll be able to jump in with a little bit of momentum. We'll see if they shift it around. The biggest way they do that, though, Lane, in my opinion, is a little bit more organization defensively. It looked like they were very eager, which can be a good thing. It's an energy you just have to kind of siphon in the right way because they seemed a little bit all over the place, unorganized. If they're able to tie that down, use that same energy, and then be able to use that in a positive way, get the rotations on point defensively, then we'll see the Bucks start to transition downfield. I would argue that we started to see that a little bit towards the tail end of game number 1. So bring that into game number 2 and you give yourself a shot. Otherwise, Magic is looking incredibly strong offensively. You're going to have to make some big saves if you want to stick around the way they've been playing.
Oh, I 1,000% agree with you. Not only we're organizing themselves better when it comes to, being present at the field, but also pushing the ball away from the danger zone, and that's what they need to do. Provoke more, and obviously punish more Magic for losing the ball eventually, or not being there. And that's what they do now, Buccaneers. They find the goal. That was a very, very good beginning of conversation at game number 2. CJ managing to do it all, basically. He was the decider. He was the guy to take the ball ahead and put it in the back of the net. So very, very good start for them. Looks promising.
Important point that I failed to mention, we hear about Magic as you see them get the equalizer goal here. It is the fact that Magic is actually a free agent team. So this is players who come in and don't know each other very well as far as playing with one another. Now there's a possibility where it's 2 out of 3 of the roster are teamed up, so they might be duo queuing, if you will. I don't know the details of that, but overall, they're not a 3-stack. And so that's impressive enough that they were able to get that game number 1. But that also opens the door to Buccaneers, who teamed up together for this event, to potentially, use that chemistry that looked like it was maybe lacking a little bit in that game number 1, but if it comes together, they'll be a threat. But I'm liking this start here because it's a little bit more equal at the end of the day here to begin game number 2.
You're right. I mean, and also Magic, the thing is they have not shown their defensive qualities to this point because they were not so heavily attacked at this moment. So that's what Buccaneers need to show us more, right? How to attack, how to be dangerous to the opponent, and find the moment, and create this confidence inside of the game. Because this is an amazing information you just brought to us. Magic players, not totally, let's say, prepping heavily their plans, but still getting to the game and making it happen.
Well, we'd love to hear from the colleges that are here as well, because that's a big part of it. Look at the rule 1 in the corner. Locking, for those of you who don't know, if you lock front ends with another car and you're driving and it just won't let you go if you're locked in, it's called a rule 1. And a lot of the community, it's been an ongoing meme, but we've seen it at the pro level as well, where it's like, respect the rule 1. And right now, that's what they're doing in the corner, if you're curious, which is hilarious that happens in one of the biggest days of your life as a high schooler. But now it's going to get the Buccaneers on the board yet again. A 2-1 lead now. They'll take the lead.
That was a sincere shot, and Buccaneers showing some assertiveness and confidence here to shoot it up. I liked how they behaved themselves by getting away from a corner and bringing the ball and fighting for it and being more aggressive, and that's what they need precisely to get back on top.
Ezreal will leave this one for Aura Farmer. Try to advance forward, and Koopa Troopa to challenge Don Boss, but he did a great job to win that 50-50. It'll fall into the hands of CJ, who's waiting for it. Could not quite find the touch, though, so a bit misjudged. But nonetheless, I know he's still able to get some possession back. Koopa Troopa popping one, but it feels like a game of chess the way that they're just trying to sidestep one another. That typically happens when there's not a lot of space given up on this pitch. And that's what we've seen until this sequence. Now an opportunity as Aura tried to cross the Bucks, but it was denied by the Bucks.
Yeah, slowly Magic bringing the game up, and they were, fine to make that attempt and and try to see where it could lead. But Buccaneers were well positioned, and that's majorly what changed from game 1 to now, right? Buccaneers are looking solid on the back lines and definitely fighting better, also in the middle of the field. So I like to see them now as they're playing, and let's hope that's going to spread for them over the series, because Magic, they are chasing this equalizer. Not possible so far.
fact, they're going to back pass it to try to keep that possession. I do actually like that sentiment of not rushing, especially when things get unorganized. The best way is to settle it down and find teammates, but finding a teammate of their own in the Bucks. That was a great pass down by the All-Star. Gnosis, just that carry was clean, and then found Don Boss, and Ezreal was just caught just watching it at that point in the net.
It was almost impossible for them to see what is going to happen because, yeah, it was a nice combination. Kano bringing it up, and then the final touch was right there. So good job by Buccaneers attacking well in this one.
3-1 lead for the Bucks here. A bit of a different story than we saw in game number 1. Ezreal will take this above all. Unfortunately, lost the handle as Gnosis was on it. Koopa Troopa was trying to be there in support. Wasn't able to get there in time due to positioning. So it'll fall back down. Don Boss, a bullet, and another goal here. Just owns that spot and puts some heat behind that one.
Don Boss, he's the guy for this kind of play, right? He comes from behind, and he's got these long shots. They're so beautiful to see. Crossing the sides and definitely catching Magic out of surprise. They're not able to defend these long balls at this point. It is cool to see this kind of change from Buccaneers.
That's what you get with some of that chemistry. We always encourage free agent signups. Any opportunity that you can get in front of colleges, the better. But that's kind of the edge that you'll see from these teams that have that experience together. After game number 1, you'll see them start to organize, start to put together a change of pace, and it's been a complete mirror of what we saw from game number 2. Their teamwork certainly in tandem. I knew they would be dangerous if they started organizing, starting from the defensive side. That's exactly what we've gotten to see.
It is crazy, isn't it? Like I said, how things change so fast. It's esports, ladies and gentlemen. That's amazing, and that's magical about it. Because at the first game, Magic, they were the ones to seize the start of the series and say, okay, we're gonna, just put a bunch of goals in there. But then Buccaneers, they're finding their own momentum now, organizing the house and playing it nicely. As Israel finds the second goal, but let's see if that's gonna change way much the landscape here.
They left on a platter. Magic, 38 seconds is plenty of time on the clock here, Lane. So
absolutely, yeah.
They've got that opportunity. And we'll see if they can create something. It's got to be quick, don't get me wrong. And off the kickoff, it's actually one backwards to where Koopa Troopa can get to it first. But unfortunately, Ezreal had to win that race. The boost, it wasn't exactly positioned to the place to get to it next. CJ trying to use that back wall to bank it off. This will fall all the way back to midfield. Plenty of time given up, and a 50-50 one back for Aura Farmer. An opportunity, but a great challenge there from Gnosis, the All-Star, able to shut that chance down before it begins, and that should kill enough time here for the Bucks.
Yeah, it proved to be not enough time for Magic in this one. Precisely because of how, they were struggling to find the defensive side of Buccaneers, and Buccaneers themselves, they played differently. I loved how Don, he was so aggressive. Don Boss, the guy, the MVP here, very, very good job, along with CJ and obviously KNO. They were more, I would say, synergized in this one, don't you think? They were closer, they're playing tightly. So, yes, that made the victory possible, leading us to the third game.
Yeah, a very balanced game from them, and they didn't strike under the pressure of Magic, being able to equalize early. Instead, they took it as a challenge, right? Then you start challenging, and Gnosis was everywhere on this pitch, it seems. CJ started to take notes of that, apparently, as you saw him hook up on that goal as well. But you just see the amount of control, and the fact that he gave Magic no room to breathe was a difference maker here for the Bucks, and a reason why they were able to equalize this series here at 1.
It was a consistent victory. When you build like 4 goals, right? And then you don't allow a lot of chances from the other side. And that's what Magic felt. They didn't have a lot of free shots, to try or to go for. They were not able to pass along as much. So it was complicated for them to move forward. And they faced a different team. I think Buccaneers, they found themselves in the series.
Yeah, they've been able to find themselves a bit of soul searching after that game number 1. Certainly wouldn't go their way in their eyes. Almost a Brazil there at that point, appropriately enough for you, Lane. Almost a 7-1 count, as we call it in Rocket League as well. Shout out to them.
I don't like the reference, but I gotcha. I'll say it's okay because you're my friend, but yeah, other than that, not a good memory.
Phew. Yeah, no, not a good one.
Tough. But yeah, I mean, Magic could have gone, if you want to extend the joke, but they could have gone for a 7-0, 7-1, feeling like Germany versus Brazil. But yes, Buccaneers, they came on top in this second one, and I'm very, very much anxious to see how things are gonna roll now, because it's more of a solid, consolidated kind of game, right? The pace is different. You don't see a lot of those, those totally bold movements. But we see KNO scoring, and that's enough for Buccaneers because, yeah, they seem to be still confident.
Jeez, dude, he's been watching some Zen. All right, I know the net was pretty open there. Not gonna lie, from Magic there, but that's incredible display of why Gnosis is, in fact, the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star that he was. He's got a bright future in front of him, that's for sure. And him as a senior has been leading this Bucks squad through the last game and a hot start into game number 3. CJ, the senior as well, has been stepping up and had a couple of big plays there as well. And then you have Don Boss as part of the squad, who's going to be left behind, quote unquote, as Don Boss is a junior. So when CJ and Gnosis graduate, per se, Don Boss will be left finding other teammates, I suppose, but he's learning a lot from these seniors, and that leadership can go a long way.
Oh, totally. I would say Don Boss has talent. This guy has special points here to be brought to new teams and new squads, and he's a great player. I don't doubt he's gonna find a new squad and find new spaces as well. Again, these guys, the 6 players here, they're amazing. They're showing their best, and we see a lot of those touches, and we see also Aura Farmer bringing the goal to equalize almost a repetition of what we saw there. Don't you think on the second game as Magic, they were able to bring 1 point right after Buccaneers scoring? So it's good to see how things may go back and forth. Let's hope for that.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, both starting games, game 1 and 2, were one-sided affairs, so I'd like to see an equal game.
Yes.
But it's very much reminiscent of the last game, whereas Magic was able to equalize, and it was about that time frame. Yeah, that's almost equal. But yeah, I mean, same trend happening here as the Bucks will take that lead directly back, and no surprise, it's Gnosis yet again from the ceiling, his favorite place, it seems like.
2 goals now from the ceiling from Buccaneers, so they apparently found their favorite spot. And it has been very, very tough for Magic to respond to that one specifically. The ball coming from the top and to the bottom, it's, I don't know, maybe it's not the best way to find themselves defending.
Gnosis back up the ceiling again, just confirming that theory we had. Don Boss, now the junior, will step forward just a bit, perhaps searching for where CJ can be found. Gnosis will put that one on target. Obviously, no real threat with that shot. Really just trying to maybe boost the numbers and boost the pressure as a whole. But that allows Koopa Troopa to take a shot for Magic. I believe the first shot since we saw them equalize there about a minute and a half ago. Aura Farmer looking to turn it back in. CJ here in the corner now will try to step forward himself. Israel, great challenge here, not allowing them to get midfield very early. In fact, we'll catch another one. So been a nuisance here at this midline, causing the Bucks all sorts of trouble. So even though they're behind by 1, they're doing the right things, putting the right steps into place to try to equalize again.
They are. They have to be patient now because it is a very tough zone of the game where if you just, lose your focus, Buccaneers are going to use that and just make a replay out of the second game to this one. And that's when Magic needs to be, like I said, gradual. They need to keep navigating along those lines of working and rotating together. It's not a lot of space and field for Buccaneers. And I have to mention, since you talked about Don Boss, I have to also mention Azrael, since he's going to be also having to find a new squad as his teammates are going to be obviously graduating this year. But Azrael is gonna be graduating next year. Maybe he's gonna play with Don Boss, who knows, right? He's gonna like to be with his opponent of today. We never know, but these guys have talent, definitely.
Honestly, that's not a bad point at all. I love that insight. Israel is extremely talented. You can tell Don Boss, part of this Bucks team, has shown some flashes of brilliance. And yeah, they'll need to team up. Maybe it'll be a free agent team at first. We see this quite often. At first you're Team Magic, and then you become a Team Bucks because you play with them through Stay Plugged In. Just one of the many ways that you can get plugged in and network with Stay Plugged In. I love that. I hope that story does come into fruition. But right now, Matt,
for that. Let's see.
It'd be
I'm
cool.
gonna be loving to talk about that. These guys, once upon a time, foes, now friends and teammates. Eventually, it's gonna make it a nice headline.
Definitely. For Magic, the story that they're trying to create is an equalizer, and will they get it done? No, it's off the crossbar. Fell down right in front of the net, but just couldn't quite finish.
Yeah, that was close, and the ball bouncing back and up and down was tough for them. But Yeah, Buccaneers now. Let's see how they're gonna build this one up. As we still see the ball, shifting sides very quickly, and we do not see kind of a build-up attack yet. Because both sides are kind of anxious to find this one. 30 seconds on the clock there. Let's see.
Oh,
My God, that was so good. Don Boss coming from the back line. No one could see that man, rising from the cover from the shadows. Yeah, look at that. No defensive effort or chance by Magic.
yeah, they had no opportunity. And a big reason for that was Gnosis. Again, that extra touch that you saw, he had to wave dash in order to settle the ball down, which isn't a typical sentence that you would use. So he was using creativity, that big brain, as we know him from All-Stars for sure, to get that done. And this one should be the dagger, but Aura Farmer actually going to deny it. So they'll need a goal in the next 5 seconds to give themselves a shot off the kickoff. And Cuba puts it right in the zone, an opportunity, but they're able to stand strong on the goal line. Gnosis again with a huge play and a save, and it'll secure game number 3 for the Bucks.
There it is, just at the very end. 4-1 Buccaneers. What are these guys doing? They're burying Magic alive in this one. It's been 2 games now. We cannot just say that Magic is being the same. Let's hope they change, they shuffle things around as well, because after all, we love those very, very much even games. But there it is, KNO, the MVP this time, and changing those spots with Don Boss. So, like I said before, Bear, these teams, they have like versatile players. These guys, they know how to also step up when it's necessary. And Buccaneers, they're proving to be the stronger side at this point so far. Very, very good job.
Yeah, they have been. I think one notable thing to talk about as well is the fact that a lot of you in chat don't lie. I know for a fact that you all say, you see that game number 1, it's 6-1, Magic. Oh, Magic's going to run away with this one. It's the initial thought that everybody has, right? But that's why we always say, hey, it's a long series. Maybe the Bucks can get it together. That's exactly what they accomplished here yet again. Magic had some opportunities. Even here at this point with 25 seconds left, or prior to that, just prior to that opportunity, they had a chance to equalize, very close to it. Just weren't able to get the job done there, and so that's when you see the Bucks take over. So for Magic, certainly not lost by any means. A lot of those goals came in that last little second whenever it got just to that 3-1 mark. So that's why you want to see them be able to bounce back. We know they're capable of it, but are they able to get back to that game number 1 form that we saw that was so dominant? It's almost like they're relying for mistakes on the other side, but Bucks just had them get an opportunity to smile and lift their chops.
Yeah, and there's 2 things to bring up on to this discussion here, Barry, because Buccaneers, they were needing reference, right? They needed a player to be the reference on the attacking side of things, and that's when Don Boss stepped up. He became the guy to clutch it up and, make the goals, along with KNO, especially SCJ, apparently, assumed the more defensive role here, but yeah, things are happening for Buccaneers and Magic. They, like you said, I totally agree with that, and sign it up if you want 1,000 times, because Magic, they just exploited the mistakes from Buccaneers in the first game, and then things changed for the good for Buccaneers.
CJ will leave it here for Gnosis early in this one. That's one of the rare times you'll see Gnosis lose control. It was an incredibly difficult read, don't get me wrong. It just wasn't able to quite handle that one. He'll be back out the center, loosely played. Nobody's after it, so Koopa Troopa says thank you very much. Well, that's a very early birthday present maybe for Koopa Troopa, as they'll have the 1-0 lead. Nobody went to challenge that from Bucks. It's a mistake. That's one of the ones I was telling you about. They don't give up many of those, but when they do, Magic was able to capitalize.
Absolutely, and that's how Magic are fast. They are fast to see those lines, disorganized on the case of Buccaneers. 2 players try to go for the ball, not fast enough to block it up, and there it is, 1-4 Magic. Is that going to be the comeback from Magic? We don't know. It's too soon to tell. Game 4, and not a lot can happen yet.
It certainly can, 100%. Well, for those of you watching here and wondering where we can find the other Rocket League matches, we have Forsyth Esports facing off with Plorbis, and that's on Stay Plugged In B. You can go and check that matchup out right now. And then on Stay Plugged In C as well, we've got NRS facing off with Grand Forks Central High School. So a lot of high school representation here also, and that's where you can find those 2 matches. In fact, that's a pretty close matchup to a 2-1 series as it stands right now, as Grand Forks, the 2-1 lead there. But at this one, Gnosis, another time getting on the board, has been the real leader in the goal-scoring column, this one, in equalizer.
he was half speed away, and you see very, very good touch of a ball in the low portion of the field. He was not necessarily needing to have a lot of his mates with him to define the play, but I like what he did before the shot. You know, he was on the upper portion of the field, if you want, flying and exploring an area where Magic are not so tough at this game yet. At least as we see, we speak about them and they score, so they find also the goal, and KT again coming for a clutching. Good job on the side, and Magic is responding.
Great time to respond here. As you know, last time we've seen an equal game happen. We see it tied up at 1-1. We've seen that quite frequently, the last 2 games specifically. And the Bucks, from there, were able to take the win and kind of run away with it. Never have we seen the Magic jump out to the 2-1 lead outside of that game number 1. So perhaps a sign of the right direction. Another good sign is KJ getting up in early. That's his substitution, by the way, coming in as their third. So Israel still on that roster, and I believe we saw Koopa Troopa there too. KT still on the field, so that'll be the trio coming out, giving Riku a break, and Riku will probably hop back in, as he was a big contributor in that game number 1 win. But sometimes if you mix it up, if you have that team before, you can put together a bit of a change that the Bucks have to adjust to there as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they have changed things around on the game number 3, if, you know, the result would have been different. We never know, but, you know, hey, if they look at the scoreboard and think, okay, we got maybe a last window here to change things, let's do it, let's make it. And we got the squad, fine. So that's how KJ came to the game, and, you know, let's see if he's going to be impactful for the team.
CJ was up in a hurry again. Where's the Bucks' favorite spot is the ceiling, and they fed him a nice one, almost had that ceiling read, but wasn't able to kind of accomplish it. But yeah, back to KJ. I mean, another senior coming in, you know, with these free agent teams, we do the best and stay plugged in to make sure that we get you players of like rank whenever you do sign up that way. And you can tell that KJ is feeling the pace of play. Sometimes it can be difficult just hopping in cold, but he's done a great job to facilitate Magic in this 2-1 lead. As now Gnosis will play back towards CJ. Although he's trying to escape, KT said, I'll take that. Koopa Troopa him in on the spot.
Yeah, the consistency is there, and definitely Magic is behaving differently with KJ. I want to take your point and move it up because KJ was in this play specifically kind of playing from behind, so he was offering the team kind of a comfort for them to move on and commit to the goal attempt, and that's how Magic came on top. 3-1 is amazing for them. That's the equalizer they needed.
Now it's up to the Bucks to respond. Whenever we saw game number 1 not go their way, they actually is a bit of a they got blown up a little bit, right? They weren't able to stop the bleeding. So we'll see if they're, you know, it'll really be another test, a different test, one that will be an indicator of whether or not they can kind of handle that pressure and play from behind. Typically, you don't want to. It doesn't give you the advantage if you are off to a slow start. But colleges do look for that. They look for players that can come in clutch and be able to score big goals to get you back into games. So we'll see, and they'll have their opportunity to do that. It'll be difficult when you have Israel doing what he's doing right now.
Amazing, Israel, the guy that comes from the shadows, and he took a chance of enjoying how disorganized Buccaneers were for a little second. That's enough for Israel again, right? He was already warmed up from the previous games, so this guy made it happen, and Magic are feeling magical now with Israel taking the lead and saying, okay, you know, let's make this happen. We still got some time. Let's push it over. Let's also expand the scoreboard to show confidence to Buccaneers.
Buccaneers now find themselves down 4-1. It's in unfamiliar territory the past 3 games. Gnosis is going to be up for this one. You see the challenge from Koopa Troopa. That's one of the main adjustments. They didn't have a whole lot of room. And now the last back, I'm not sure about that challenge there. You have to stay put there and challenge a little bit farther back, especially when you know the rest of your team was there.
Wow, they totally enjoyed here, Bear. How Buccaneers were not on place. They have overcommitted, right? They were totally ahead, so it was more of a kind of a play that comes from the back and totally is easy to finish off. Magic 5-1, amazing. These guys are back compared to the first game. Buccaneers are maybe already thinking about the next game because they're gonna have to change it again.
Yep, game over. Magic. This is, we said, can they get back to that game number 1 presence that we saw before? I think this is an exact example. I was just referring to the fact, hey, if it's close, then we Magic can really put something dangerous together and challenge this and bring us to a game number 5. And guess what, Lane? That's where we're headed.
That's where we're headed with KT defining many of the plays. Azrael was also a force. So KJ came very well, 2 assists. So he helped, he brought the energy to the best point they could. Nice job by Magic reversing this one again. Sometimes it's tough, right? When you face an opponent that has won with a nice amount of goals like Buccaneers did before, it is usually very complicated to reverse, to get back on track. But Magic, they did it. They were patient to search the equalizer, find the goals, and then find Buccaneers not totally on their prime when it comes to dominating and using the field. They were usually running for the ball or too far from the ball, so it was a very complicated game for them.
Yeah, just weren't able to find any solutions, and it's Magic was a big reason for this. Look at Israel. The no hesitation attitude has served Magic extremely well. When these are very smart players, because when you see them, start to think and take an extra second and think, that's great. You can come up with a magical play maybe, but if you don't have enough time to execute that, that's going to be an issue. So you have to play a little bit more reactionary here as the adjustment to really let your intuition kick in and give yourself an opportunity. Here we are. What better way to kick off C2C 2025 than a Game 5 for Rocket League in the first round? We appreciate everybody joining us, hanging out, all the colleges, parents, and students alike. 5 minutes on the clock, and we'll see who walks away with game number 5 win and a win in round 1 here in the group stage.
Absolutely. And what it's cool about, seeing the game rolling and seeing those characters also, making their decisions is that, it's a collective game. So in the end of the day, you do not, you can never just claim the whole glory for yourself. You need your teammates. You need reorganizing things. Don Boss is back with this goal for Buccaneers. It was a very straightforward goal coming from the air and shooting it to the back of the neck. He was knowing what he was doing, right? Coming from the middle, like I said, nice touch, nice pass from the corner, from the side, and he was able to bring this one up. Buccaneers tasting the feeling of winning again.
I don't know what the magic is of hitting the ready button whenever like a new game and you have you turn a new page, yes, a fresh leaf, right, totally, of paper. I don't know what the magic is about it, but you see them come out. Magic does have an answer, though, so hold that thought. KJ came in last game, and now he made an impact then and is still making impacts here with the equalizer.
KJ now bringing that kind of doubt to the coach's mind, right? He's saying, hey, maybe I deserve a spot on the main team. Maybe I should not be just a replacing kind of player, excuse me, but I mean, I can also add a lot of value to the squad, and that's what he's doing. He was luckily well positioned to find the goal and the equalizer for Magic. 1-1, great game, just like you said, as we wanted to see. 5 maps, 5 games out of 5. I love this.
Oh, that one's going to cream around. Somehow Don Boss was able to get back to it. Israel tries to take it over. Good challenge there from Gnosis, but now it'll be Koopa Troopa to punch it directly back in. In fact, he was looking for midfield. Probably had a communication that they were back there, but it was Buccaneers that read it. Israel using the late flip in order to direct that one towards target, but it was not threatening enough for the Bucks to try to fight it away and jump out of rotation. A couple of touches made it a little bit sketchy there for the Bucks. Still not done, though, is the pressure of Magic. They have been on it ever since that first goal, and from the Bucks, another opportunity, but it won't go through.
2 amazing defenses, right? I love how they fly over the ball and are able to block it away from the goal. Magic, they were close twice. They were, almost, how can I say, put it in a sense, just saying, hey, we're here, we want to score. But then the Bucks were very much focused on the game, not allowing that to happen yet.
Don Boss shot taken just off the mark as well.
Again.
So now, again, the nerves come back a little bit.
Yeah, CJ now stepping up too and showing his qualities on the offensive side. I love that. I love how complete and versatile this squad is. So these guys, yeah, all of them needing to use all the focus they got, because the game is far away from getting decided, even though we're getting to the halftime marker here.
It's Gnosis now tapping it down, had an opportunity, but that one shut off at the corner of the box as Magic will play it up the side wall. KJ specifically not able to hold the handle, though. Gnosis with a couple of touches. That went a little bit awkward, so, Koopa Troopa did a good job to stick with that one. It seemed a little bit odd, but tracked it extremely well. So now the ceiling, Gnosis there, chomped at it, but I think he meant to get a shot off there because just an opportunity that he couldn't finish.
Yeah, he just came too low, didn't him? The ball was too high. 2 defenders on the side of Magic. He was alone. again, impossible kind of play yet, but 1-1, it's crazy. This is definitely the ultimate game for them. 1-1, it's just, it's rare to see among these teams. We have not seen that so far, is what I mean. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very good final bunch of seconds and minutes.
For those of you just joining us, we appreciate you coming through. Bear Light and Lane here with you. What better way to kick off Carry to College than to have you here, number one. But number two, to head to Champions Field, Game 5. And Don Boss is up for the pressure. It doesn't phase him at all. Bucks now on top.
Amazing shot. Yeah, from a distance, that was a tough one. Extremely tough to catch. No one will be able to reach that point of the ball. It was a very, very much well designed to really go in the back of the neck. Amazing, amazing one. Like we say, in soccer in Brazil, we say, yeah, that ball went for the house of the owl. That's how we define that specific point of a goal box in this case. So amazing by Bucks, stepping ahead, and yeah, maybe putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Magic players. How?
CJ had a tough time trying to read that one. It went off the ceiling. It's definitely a tough read to make. Now, Cupid Trooper just trying to chop at it, knowing Gnosis is going to have the next pressure. I think that was a double commit behind it, or a challenge. Couldn't tell. I think it was Don Boss. He's going to stay with it, though. Great job to do just that. CJ couldn't find the angle either. Now look out. Gnosis had to go for that as the throw one back. A sketchy situation. And yet still they find ways to create pressure here if you're the Bucks. The perfect way to play when you have this 2-1 lead under a minute left.
Yeah, you need to step it up, not comfortably use the buffer, right? I agree with you. It's time to just show more and be more aggressive to define this game. Otherwise, we're talking over time, we're talking, an unnecessary extension of the game, because Magic, as we have seen in this occasion today, they know how to punish. They know how to use the seconds that you do not decide on that. It was a very, very, very sharp first shot, wasn't it?
It was. And that one was almost a sure goal from Magic, but a teammate stood in the way. The equalizer, which could have been unlucky sequence there. KJ, now you got to keep it out of your minds. You got 18 seconds, and that's a great touchdown field. Israel finding Koopa Troopa, but shut down. Gnosis, the all-star again. Right place, right time. Down to 9 seconds left here. KJ still trying to keep the foot on the pedal. Now Koopa Troopa shot taken as well. Gnosis able to tap it away too. Still not down. Israel chops at it too. Now up to the top of the box. Up high here from Koopa Troopa. KJ trying to keep the momentum going. This one still up, still not down, but now bumping teammates. Gnosis just needs to kill it and will. It'll be the Buccaneers who hold on as Magic were coming at them, but the Bucks didn't care. They'll take this series 3-2.
Amazing for the Bucks. Very, very good way to win this series, with Keno being such a decisive player, such a force in the squad. Amazing work. And in the end of the day, yeah, you just need one more goal than the opponent, right? That's the rule. We know it's that simple to be said, not to be executed in the field, but great job by the Bucks. Such a nice amount of saves as well, like they did, because Magic, they were pressuring. They were feeling the moment here, Bear, but it was just not possible. In the end of the day, whomever has the goal, the additional goal is going to win.
I'm telling you, man, I cast a lot of College Rocket League, and if I were to see those two teams like in a lobby, in the future we might actually witness just that. But that was entertainment at its finest. Were they perfect? No, but they're warming up, right? And these players have that talent where just a little bit of coaching and they can get to a spot where they can be competitive, even up towards that CRL level. Now, are they at that point right now? I would argue not quite, but that's because you're still in high school, you're still learning some things, and at the end of the day, we saw some great points from both of these teams.
Oh yeah, 100%. These guys, they showed that they got a lot of potential to grow and to learn way more from each other as well, playing on the events and championships promoted by Stay Plugged In and partners. So it was great to see them showing what they got today, because as you said, they still got a long road to go as players and as students.
No doubt about it. Well, that's just round one. We've got round two coming for you in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. Bear Light and Lane will be right back with you for C2C 2025. Fairlight and Lane back with you here at Carry to College 2025 on the Stay Plugged In Network. We appreciate everybody for coming out and your patience as we roll into round number 2 after a very exciting round number 1. We expect some of the same here in round number 2 here, Lane.
Absolutely, a lot of content, a lot of plays, and also the reverse of expectations from the first game to the last one was amazing to watch. A lot of emotions, and obviously the adjustments coming from the side of Bucks. The Buccaneers were able to reverse things around, and Magic, they were also a tough opponent, so that was lovely. I'm hoping for more, that's all.
We might have it. Let's go ahead and check out the next 2 teams that we have in front of us. At number 9, All-Stars -1 team facing off with Franklin Exo, the number 10 seed. A 9 versus 10 is sure to impress here, Lane.
Yes, it's going to be great to see how they're going to play. Both teams, GC3, when it comes to the level of gaming, the rankings, it's equalized in this matter. So All-Stars and Franklin, they're going to be facing each other. It's going to be a great chance to see how they're going to perform, especially based on what we just seen in the first game. I'm sure these guys here, they also watched the first clash to learn, and try to improve their own gameplays.
That's right. And All-Stars -1, you might be wondering, why are they named that? Well, because they're made of All-Stars minus one of them. So Reach, actually a Valorant All-Star. We'll get to see how he does in Rocket League. We've seen it plenty of times. Spoiler, he's really good. And has as well the last pick of All-Stars became one of the most impactful for the champion of All-Stars as well with Gold Diggers. So Haz will be on the pitch for All-Stars -1. I love that story. I've known Haz a very long time. Came from Canada, actually moved down to the United States for more opportunities in high school esports, into the collegiate scene. He's been doing a great job with that with an All-Star bid in 2024. So All-Star is pretty stacked. Across the pitch, you got Franklin Exo, made up of Ghosty, Delele, and Yags, as Yags the lone senior on that team here for Franklin Exo. So a lot of youngsters here for Franklin who have plenty of time to really showcase themselves in our Stay Plugged In network.
You're right, and yes, Yags being the oldest one, let's put it this way, and Ghosty still to grad next year, and Delele from going to grad obviously in 2027. So you see a lot of potential in this boy, in this lad to evolve inside of the game. Let's see if he's gonna be taking these chances to do that. Very, very young squad versus a team that is more experienced, like you described very well. House coming from Gold Diggers. It was a nice run that he had with Crypto and Wavy last season. So I'm very much excited to see if this level of experience is gonna change anything for them inside of the field.
Has did a great job to tap this down to Fish. They've had a few opportunities here and there. Ghosty doing a great job to kind of stick with it here. This will be down to a teammate. Fish trying to fish it out, but Yags has different ideas right up to it. Reads the downpour as well in a perfect setup to Ghosty. What a good team play to start off here for Franklin.
Yeah, the ball pinging and bouncing back and forth. In that goes on is always dangerous. So Reach was not able to get there at the end of the day because Franklin Exo player, he was there to finish this one off. So 1-0 is amazing, and it was quite of a slow start for both sides. Now the game comes to a new level because Franklin are going to try to surely expand this scoreboard.
As we'll look to settle as well. There's Reach point a little back and forth there, but has had to fall off of that a little bit, it seemed like, but still wasn't able to collect any boost in the process. There you go. To the corner he'll go. Fish to collect. Wanted to create a little bit of space on the ground, but just wasn't able to find any as it was taken right away. That one almost actually careened off another Franklin player towards the net, but it was ultimately knocked away to the corner, and All-Stars -1 looking to advance forward and had an opportunity to chase that one. That's until Ghosty took him off the pitch.
Yeah, he was there, and it's cool to see those bunch of plays, with the demos, with the contact, because it shows how much these players want to win and how strong and how focused they are on that matter. We see now a bit of a play coming from the ceiling as Fish is in the screen and tries to reverse the direction of the ball. He's gonna try to touch, and it's not gonna go for the goal. All-Stars -1 with that challenge of organizing their attack and shooting the ball to the goal so far.
Ghosty felt threatened. You saw him just kind of swipe at it to try to get out of the defensive zone. And now Yags having to just dig it out from the goal line, essentially, and finally got some help from Delele there to get it out to midfield. But they still give up possession. Now has quick turn shot. Yags, great read to make that save.
Great job. Yeah, he was not alone in the following seconds, but he was the one to make the block. First of all, good job. Franklin attacking and defending at a very high level here.
Ghosty still on it. Had the tap down, almost did it himself there with a slight Doomsy Dish situation, if you can call it that. But Franklin's still on the gas pedal. Doyle is still looking for an opportunity to crash into the box. Eventually, Ghosty will. And even though a couple of touches do develop, now it's in a dangerous spot. Doyle kills it for Yags.
There it is.
And they tear it through for a 2-0 lead.
Amazing. That was a truly team effort, we can say, because the Lally has been trying for long minutes to bring the ball, from the corner to the middle portion of the field, into the attacking zone itself. And yeah, he was able to finally bring that one to the center spot here of the game with a nice finishing from his teammates. So good job from them. And Franklin steadily, slowly but steadily building this score against All Stars.
Yeah, patience is really the word that I would tell you. All Stars has -1 have been, picking their spots. They've been doing pretty well, but it's hard to stop that onslaught that's coming at you.
Yeah, once you open, like we say also in Brazil, once you open the farm door, let's put it this way, it's impossible to just hold it back. So All Stars at a very tough spot now. Of course, the guys got time to reverse this one, but Franklin are looking very solid as we head into the final minute.
Fish, good patience there. Now it's an opportunity to try to carry this one in. Ghosty tracked it well. Reach still on it. Played it high. Was hoping that Haz would step up, but didn't realize that the last member of Franklin was there to just kind of punch that one away. And so now just Franklin killing time here at this point. The patience is a virtue, as Yags will chop at it here, just really trying to kill time as they play down the pitch and keep it out of the hands of All Stars -1, because you've seen last series that when you put it in the hands of an all-star like Gnosis we saw last time, that can get pretty dicey. So credit Franklin for being able to hold off that threat.
Yeah, it's 3-0. Yeah, looking like a very, very good buffer for Franklin. And final seconds on the ground, All-Stars, needed to show a little more in the second game. I'm sure they can do that. We have talked about how experienced they are. It's time to reverse that into a result, because I would even say, Bear, like 3-1, 3-2 would be more, I would say, matching to the final output of what they brought here. They played more than just a 0, is what I mean. As we see, Yags is the best player for Franklin. He was the man to assist, to make the saves and the goals. So he was a complete kind of player for Franklin XO with Ghosty and the Lally. Very good job. A nice first, start for them in the series.
Yeah, every little touch mattered, right? You saw that from Yags there early to get it to Ghosty. But even on the defensive side of things, more saves from the side of All Stars -1, but that's because they had to play so much defensive time to try to give themselves a break from what was a punching offense there for that squad. So once again, All Stars -1, a lot of saves, but you never want to be playing defensively. We've seen this team be able to create offense in the past, and I have no expectations other than to see them continue to do exactly that. So it's one of those situations where last series we saw a slower start from one of our shining star teams, and this time around maybe perhaps we're seeing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it seems to be a textbook Rocket League. Let's see if that's going to also roll in this series. The reverse from the game 1 to the second one. I don't know what is going to roll. I mean, it takes you a lot of patience and conversations between the games to adjust and to become better polished for the following challenges. But they're going to need that, because they got the players, they got the experience, especially coming from Reach and Halls. We've talking about how these guys are major players for the roster. But Franklin, they took action. They were more aggressive to defining the plays, and that's what it takes you to the victory.
And in game number 2, All Stars -1, looking for a chance and opportunity to break back out. As Yags dancing around to kick things off here in the first 10 seconds for entertainment purposes only. Delele now will look to punch it through, but no contact was made. Ghosty recognized that before it was even happening to come across and challenge. That's just great pitch awareness, which is one of the things that led to that first win here from Franklin.
Yeah, Franklin now trying to feel also how things are going to grow in the second game, and reacting, but also trying to also reverse the direction of the ball. Franklin looking like they are strong enough to also maybe carry the first goal, but All Stars are gonna have their chances as well. We just have not seen those duels, right, coming from All Stars. Two players all of them eventually committing to the attacking side. I just want to see that happening. I want to know who's the reference, who's the star player, let's say it this way, or the main player to make maybe like be the playmaker, excuse me, and push the ball to the goal.
Doyle stepping up, great fake to get Reach to bite in that one. But Has would just have to kind of force Ghosty to an open corner there to try to kill some time for Franklin to jump in. Ultimately, it does work. So I want to bounce out from the back wall and now popped the length of the pitch here. Yags will look to punch it directly back in as well. But Fish stands strong and a quick combination there from Reach. And if All Stars -1 want to make an impact in the series, they're going to see a whole lot more of that pacing to kind of amp up that speed will be a key takeaway here from that sequence alone.
Yeah, and All Stars at this point, they're playing more into the defensive portion of the field, not pushing too much, but waiting to see, you know, if someone from the side of Franklin is going to be badly positioned so that they can try something forward. You see it Reach now touching the ball, but you know, there's not a lot of those build up yet. It's just reversing the direction of the ball, now the contact. And so far, so good for both sides, you can say, especially for Franklin, since they're carrying the victory at this point. But no goals, no goals. It's, again, it's a very like low-scoring kind of grinding game.
Which I'm always for. I know a lot of individuals, even my friends, are like, yeah, no, those are boring. I just want to see a bunch of goals go in. Well, there you go. You got one.
Okay.
Loyally able to tap one in. It certainly wasn't one of the more impressive plays. Granted, that little touch around the last defender was much needed. But Franklin gets on the board here. Finally, they break the ice here in Game 2, and it's in favor of the team that won Game 1.
Yeah, All Stars' defensive system was totally in shambles, and they were defeated way before the final touch, let's say it this way. And Franklin, they were able to easily, like you said, build this goal for a 1-0 slow goal, but an important one for them, as we have. Oh, that was in the right direction. At least Fish was trying from almost the middle side of the field, but it was not possible. When Franklin blocking this one, the equalizing goal is usually the rule here, isn't it? They're like 1-0, 1-1, so you rarely see one team just bringing all of the goals together, especially 3 goals or more. You could even, of course, you can see like 2 goals in a row, but I wouldn't see more than that in this case, because All Stars, they're also playing well. You know, they're doing what they got to do.
You got to continue to trust the process, you know, and sometimes it's just not quite going your way at first. And then we're seeing a whole lot more combinations, especially in the Has Reach world right now. As you know, they're trying to kind of figure out their roles too. No disrespect to Fish, who always holds down the the third man back position. Oh, that was an opportunity as well. But Reach just couldn't quite reach it appropriately enough. Has now trying for Fish. Fish shot just a little bit wide. Ghostly, it was up to challenge, but it looked like he had an opportunity to just find some twine. Just wasn't able to do it.
In this case, Delali was so good. He's always so good to be close to the ball, right? So that's what increases the challenge, for All Stars, and that's why they're usually unable to take the ball from the upper positions into the goal. So 1-0, it's a very well managed 1-0. Let's put it this way. Franklin, they are pacing the game the way they want, not taking major risks. So it's looking like a victory eventually. But like you said, it's a whole minute. It's a lot of time for things to happen, and All Stars can easily find an equalizer.
Well, we have other games going on as well. In fact, Stay Plugged In B, game number 1 in overtime. It's team Was Up versus BWO. So if you want to check that out, open that other tab up and go to twitch.tv/StayPluggedInB. But look at that shot. Oh, Yags with an incredible read there to make it 2-0 for Franklin.
Yeah, that was a good one. After the mistake from Haas, taking it to the side, and it made it easier for Yags. Even though we could see that, Yags was well positioned. There's not a lot of secret on this one. 2-0, very, very good. That's what they're looking for, you know, that kind of game-defining goal. That's it.
Yeah, but the mechanics use was actually like incredibly impressive. The flip cancel there to get the read, but not only get the read, but also put a little bit more oomph in it, as we say in the States. To put some trust with it. Well, All-Star is a little bit too late. We'll see. 15 seconds left. They're at least able to cut the lead in half here.
Yeah, the goal comes to the side of All-Stars. Maybe too late, we don't know, but maybe it is also motivational for them looking into the next game, because it's definitely not going to be over yet. Even if Franklin XO, they take this one, we're going to still need a final game. as we see now the clock running down. That's gonna be it, almost, because the ball is kind of far from the goals.
Ghosty back down and just trying to find one to end it. But as long as his ball's in the air, it's still a chance for All-Stars, but that will cap it. And Franklin, EXO, EX, excellent. This is the first thing that pops into mind here. Just an all well-rounded play as a whole. Able to outshoot this All-Stars team 5-3 in that one. And I feel like in game number one, it was very similar. They haven't allowed All-Stars to kind of, get anything going from an offensive standpoint there.
Yeah, I would say for All-Stars, it almost felt like Rich was kind of alone in many of the plays. He was not able to have that kind of backup that you usually need to rob the play. And Franklin, they were the ones to push it up. Very, very good job. A very, very solid trio so far. So from what we've seen, so I'm eager to see how they're gonna be moving this game on, because a 2-0 definitely didn't happen in the first series. Now it is a different story from the one we saw before. Bear, it's good to see. Also, let's say a more one-sided kind of game, because you also see how the major force behaves and how they manage to stay consistent over the series.
Yeah, there's something to be said about being able to hold a group of all-stars to basically virtually no offense at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure that they haven't allowed a goal at all, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure I've seen Reach, Has, and Fish. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be very wrong, but I haven't seen them score at all. So I'd love to be able to see them capitalize on the offensive side of the ball. The first thing you got to do is figure out Franklin and how they're able to trap you in your own zone, and perhaps they can move on from there, and they'll have to get it done. Otherwise, this will be a short series. Yeah,
it's looking like a shorter, at least, than the first one we've seen, because Reach, he was the only one to score on the side of All-Stars before, but now maybe it's a different story, as we know, right? We do know that Rocket League has surprises, as we're almost seeing that kind of first touch. But it's going to be a tough game, surely, for All-Stars, now at a very critical position. Frankly, just need to, keep doing what they're doing, right? Which is like touching the ball and finding the goals, even in a steady kind of pace. You do not need to be bold always, so it's just about controlling the ball, controlling the clock, and doing what you need to do.
Reach now going to challenge Hags. Has tried to also read that one as he was looking to chop it away, but it was that close to being able to dunk him. Imagine that would be, clip it right now, marketing manager. All right, but instead it'll be Fish trying to fish it out as well. This one will be a shot taken. That was on target, I believe. Might have been a little bit wide, but they weren't taking chances nonetheless. They were able to get it out, but still the pressure remains. The story is Franklin just continues to just mount shot after shot on the All-Stars. There's nothing they can do about it right now.
Yeah, I need something to mark here. I was looking at the spreadsheet about the rosters. All-Stars not counting on like 4 players. Maybe, if they got a 4th guy, they could maybe make a change and see how things could be shuffled around, but that's not the case. Also, frankly, as far as I know, do not have also another player. Not that they need in this case, but, it could be nice to change a little bit of the lineup, just to give some minutes to the replacement kind of players. So these changes usually... They do change the environment and the mood for the team and for the game itself. It would be cool to see on the side of All-Stars some kind of rearrangement here. But yeah, let's see how Franklin are gonna take this one. They were the ones to feel scored because Fish, like you said before, he fished it up.
Absolutely. Stopped low 50-50. It will work in this one. It just kind of careened off that last defender. But yeah, All-Stars switching up their gameplay when you only have the 3. If they added a 4th, they would have to find an All-Star. Otherwise, they would have to change their name, because it'd be All-Star -2. Because then there would be...
Case, yeah. Oh my God. You didn't go for this one. Amazing. Getting creative. And Reach also did his trig and found this goal. Second one, it had to be Reach. Like I said before, he has been one of the most consistent players for the roster, building some hope here for All-Stars -1. Let's see how this guy's gonna be growing in the game. Let's hope for that.
I know at the pro level, it's very difficult to dig out and get yourself a reverse sweep. But when we talk about like high school level play, for example, even at the collegiate level, we see it all the time. And especially in a best of 5 scenario.
Yeah.
The cards are typically stacked against you. In a best of 5 situation, though, already the percentage increases. Then you talk about the high school collegiate gameplay, and especially All-Stars specifically, who have that drive. Right now, it's looking a lot better for them and taking steps in the right direction for it. Are they going to be able to complete it? Well, that's up to Franklin as far as if they want to kind of figure out what's going wrong here. They'll have half a game to do it in this game number 3, but so far, so good for All-Stars -1.
Yeah, and on that, I was gonna just touch on the point that I have seen before from All Stars, but now it is very much clear and bright and shine, which is All Stars. They're doing like basic, easy goals, right? Just coming from kind of a simple linear touch, even on the ground. So the ball's not even floating, it's not flying. It's not complex gameplay here from All Stars to score and win this third game. But on the other hand, frankly, they seem to be low on focus. That's why they're taking those goals so easily. And not even, being able to keep one single player back then. That happened again. It's that kind of simple touch that comes from behind. And like you said, they got time. They got time inside of the series to reverse this one and fix the situation, because it just takes you to that kind of more basic game plan of keeping a guy behind. The other two ones taking the attacking side of the field, and maybe using those rotations to also share the burden of defending. That could be useful for them.
Franklin gave themselves ultimately a great opportunity by putting themselves up 2-0 in the series. Now you'll have multiple chances to on match point versus having to kind of be perfect all the way through like All-Stars -1 is trying to do. Right now, Yag's trying to silence them, trying for that back wall, the double touch. Although it doesn't go in, it'll feed Ghosty, his teammate. An excellent play nonetheless, and Franklin on the board.
Yeah, that was a beautiful one, more for the confidence in Eagle than anything else. But maybe they still can get there. We don't know. It's a lot of time for Rocket League for an equalizer of 3 goals or more. Franklin finding the path to the goal after a very, very much back and forth kind of play from both sides. Interesting to see them scoring this one, finally.
Yags has a fan base in chat, though. I don't know if you've been tracking that, but they'll be happy about that last play. It was excellent display. Probably not about the scoreline right now, but you have to start somewhere to get back into a game, right?
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to be checking on his fan base. Hey, guys, so much love for you all, for all the, all those that are appreciating the effort and appreciating this special event from Stay Plugged In and partners. As we see the 5th goal from All Stars, these guys are behaving differently now. I like how they are pushing for the game. I love that.
Yeah, jumping right back at him. Franklin scored, and two things could happen. You could let the momentum swing right back into the other team's favor and have them continue that run, or you can stop it in its tracks, and that's what All Stars was able to do here as they almost get another one. They will, as Fish will swing around here for their 6th. And a completely different vibe from this All Stars minus team. I'd be lying if I said I was, surprised. I certainly think All Stars are capable of doing something like this, but Franklin gets to hit that reset button I've been referring to basically all day already.
There's something that my experience as a caster and as a sports lover needs me to tell, which is, at this point, you just use the clock, right? It's almost kind of an active tactical pause time that, okay, you're still playing, but you still got a chance of talking about things. Maybe they're talking a lot, that's what I mean. They're even already defining how they're gonna want to get to the 4th game as we see them scoring. So, yeah, Ghosty again defining the play and being the one to put the ball in the final spots and spaces of the goal.
Franklin, a couple of goals here, even minus the whole mishap of giving up the 6. They're at least, going goal for goal in the past couple of minutes, which is a good sign. Has wants that one back. He'll strike that one as it never happened, right? It's not the cleanest play I've seen. I know Has very personally, so don't take it the wrong way when I say that he's going to look at that one and be like, not my best, guys. Not my best. You got to move on, though. As Franklin, you don't want to get the momentum. That's an opportunity to, again, get the last goal potentially here in this one, but I don't think it'll be the last one. There's been 10 goals already at 30 seconds left.
My lord, the game totally changed from the last seconds to now. It is amazing to see all that, because All Stars were like steadily, comfortably taking that 4-1, 5-1 lead ahead, and then both sides just decided to score more, right? Who cares about defending now? It's all about attacking and pushing the goals forward. I love that. 10 goals, guys. 10 goals game at this point of the series where the game is like wide open, and the conversation now is frank.
You're saying like the farm door, as we call it, the floodgates, if you will, just open up, and then suddenly goals start pouring in bunches. Yeah, and it's how accurate after the Again, the vibe was, it's going to be a defensive struggle here. It's a 1-0 game, I think, like for an extended period of time, even 0-0 for an extended period of time in game one. It was not that way this time around. All Stars -1, a much needed win, quite literally. Otherwise, the series would have been over. They stay alive in game number 3 and will push to game number 4.
And Fish stepping up this time on the side of Rich. Rich was the hero on the side of All Stars on the previous game, and now Fish and Rich all together, the duel, has also helping a lot, obviously, being such a force for the squad. And All Stars finding a hope here, right? Finding a hope inside of this game, moving forward for the next one. So let's see how they're gonna be behaving. And it's cool that both sides just, like we joked, they just apparently gave up on defending. You know, it is too boring to be defending and everybody back. Let's just move everybody ahead. And then they began overcommitting on the offensive field, and that's why, you know, both sides were taking a lot of goals, but also scoring a lot. And the game gets more dynamic and you know, more, how can I say, flowy and spicy, if you want, with a lot of goals.
No doubt. Absolutely. I would encourage the players to say, you got to focus on the defensive side as well. I know it's very tempting in some degree, especially when the colleges are watching, to say, hey, here's how I scored goals. I look at the stat sheet, right? And you can point at that and just take screenshots and send them to this college. That's not the point. The point is a well-rounded game is what a majority of these colleges are looking for. I did like the communication that led to a lot of those goals, though. That's a huge point for colleges as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, you got to defend the net too. I'm just mad because, like I mentioned, I'm one of those guys that likes that grindy defensive game, and it just certainly wasn't that way last game.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you that kind of guy that just loves, you know, the how tense the games are? So you're not appreciating this starting goal here eventually because Fish just came on top and already found the 1-0 versus Franklin to put definitely a lot of wood in the fireplace. I love that, man.
Okay. Yeah, hear me out. All right, hear me out. Because like a kickoff play and drawn up, as long as it's intentional, that's great, right? when your defenses break down, then I got something to say. But yeah, not starting the way that I wanted. If it's gonna be a defensive struggle, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'm more just into like the chess match kind of feel, like where big brain plays are taking place. You know, you get it. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I know. I mean, we all know you're a nice nerdy. You're a nice nerd friend to have around. Like, you know, like you like to see it all tense.
I'll take it.
All right, the micro decisions, the micro movements, we get it. But you know, we also love to see some goals, to see the explosions, the effects, the side of the game, because that also adds to the show. And it's been quite a show, right? To be fair, between All Stars and Franklin X. So these players, they deserve our you know, our love and our share here, our care. And you know, they are evolving as well as athletes. We have to remember that as athletes, they are still developing and shaping their skill sets, and that's gonna keep happening all over the year and through the events from Stay Plugged In.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, you see it a story every single time we go live, whether it be a showcase online or whether it be a live scenario. Either way, there's a story that's being made and definitely drawn up. So I encourage everybody, if you haven't seen it, to go to our socials, honestly, because, you know, stay_plugged_in on X is one of the places where you'll see, you know, commitments, especially after carry to college specifically. Like you mentioned at the very start of the show, it's a hot spot time of year, right? January, February, where a lot of these stories will begin to start, and you'll see, you know, create a story of their own. And that's what we've seen. So it's not just about that gameplay being super exciting, but also some stories that develop in the process.
Absolutely, and also for the family members and for the coaches and from friends who are watching us, we have a chance to keep back players time. So that's what I feel about February. You know, beginning of the year, that's going to be able to share live with us, back how these guys are evolving and developing themselves during 2025 and before. That's what we hope with all you know, all the events composing Stay Plugged In's agenda.
For a lot of students, they're just thinking about, like, how do I get on a CRL team, right? Like, how do I, you know, an Akron, a Northwood, how do I join that squad so I can just be successful in college? And that's a fair point, but one of the things that we like to take in consideration is, what do you want to study and do? At the end of the day, pro scene, you know, for example, I'm 33 years old. I would not be able to get pro. You know, it's like, it's such a short lifespan, to be, like, quite frankly. So you need to know what you're going to do afterwards, even if you turn pro, which is relatively low percent. I don't like to talk about it because I want to be able to feed into your ambition to become a pro player, and I want that for everybody. But at the end of the day, you want to know what you're going to study here, and then that's what we see. But enough of that. We have a great game ahead of us right now. All Stars -1 at 1-0. Almost made it 2-0 here, but Franklin still digging out those goals that we saw in bunches. They happened a few times in a large scoring game, but we're back to the defensive struggle that I was excited about.
Yeah, I think Franklin have been behaving in two different ways so far. On the two first games, they were so solid, so confident, building the scoreboard, taking the lead in the series. And then since the last game, I don't know what happened to their, how can I say, consistency or focus? Because All Stars, they also found a way to respond, opening the victory that is leading to this slower, that's true, but also a victory on their side. And it's an equalizer on the maps. So if All Stars keeps, using the time as they are now and controlling the ball and doing what they're doing, we're going to the last game. We're going to a potential fifth game. It's going to be cruel to Franklin, but it can happen because All Stars, they're doing what they got to do.
Yeah, killing that time as well, but not doing it, look at it, being proactive again. What is safe from Yags, but it's just not to be. To keep it out. You love the ditch effort there from Yags to make that initial save. I don't know a whole lot of players that could have that reaction time. That was incredible.
Yes,
but has just happened to be right place, right time.
Yags was just unfortunate, right? Because the ball kicked on the inside side of the sidebar, so it was not possible for him to take it away from there. Almost, but that's the spirit. That's how brave you gotta be to be in the line and fight for the ball, defensively speaking. But All Stars, they were the ones to almost let's say rock this game up, because 2 goals at this pace, at the pace that we've seen so far from both sides, I would almost say that it is decided. Almost.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be heading to another Champions Field. That would be incredible to watch. Fish going to try to solidify that exact thought. Yag's going to keep the dream alive here at this point with 18 seconds left. We'll need one pretty quick in transition, but has did a great job to tap it away from Ghosty rather than putting it on nets and being dunked. And again, it's all about killing that time, being smart with it, and we're starting to see that from the All-Stars as they are able to finish this game number 4 with the win, and now they will be on match point themselves. Both teams will be. Game number 5, we go after another defensive struggle this time, so we kind of bounce back and forth. But game number 5 and Champions Field, here we come.
Yeah, and a very bold tactic of, like you saw in the last seconds, keeping everybody on the offensive side to not allow, frankly, Exo any chances to bounce back against them. So very good job. Haas, this time being the best player on the side of All-Stars. So the squad is definitely better polished. They're like more versatile on those strengths. Let's say it this way. So it was a very good job, a collective kind of game. A more realistic one as well, right there, because 2-0 looks way more realistic than like 7-3 or more than that. That game number 3 was kind of crazy. It was maybe a shocky kind of moment for both sides. They were just having fun. They were just relaxing. But then after that, things were switched back to normal.
100%, yeah. I don't know if one of the notable things about that scoreline, if you saw the scoreboard come up after that game, was 11-3 on the shooting there for All-Stars. So, they're hoping that this can stay a reality as we head again, second time out of second matches to Champions Field we go here in the Rocket League Carry to College 2025 group stage. 5 minutes on the clock. Only one team can secure the victory here in this round 2.
Yeah, and almost everything can happen, from a crazy game with a lot of goals or to a low-scoring game, for the passion of Bearlight. Let's see what is going to roll here. Both sides ready to rock this one. And, I'm excited to see how they're going to play, because the gods of Rocket League today, apparently they, brought us with the best. 10 maps or 10 games out of 10 possible ones, and I just love this.
I love the ambition as well from All-Stars. We saw a couple of opportunities there. Fish, most notably on the first challenge, to try to tip his card directly backwards to get a crazy touch. Yeah, nothing doing, but I like at this point in time in a game number 5, you're taking risks. Obviously, with risk come issues sometimes, so you want to make sure it's enough to justify a reward. That opportunity has able to shut that down as well. He's done a great job to track those defensively. Another example of that, as they now have just been able to fight off this early push from Franklin, which, quite frankly, we haven't seen much of since game number 3.
Yeah, that's true. Haas now on the screen we see that he has been bringing the confidence from the last game to this one. These guys, it's just about finding your best and not losing the intentions and the focus. We could see a lot of those attacking efforts on that the other portion of the field, excuse me. And now we're seeing more of a centered kind of battle. Haas trying to go for it as Yags was the one able again to keep the ball under his control. Two players trying to attack him directly, and he was tough enough to hold it in the core of the field. Still still 0-0, right? No goals. So it is exciting to see how the game is going to roll and how the goal is going to happen, because it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Yags showed a prime example of him taking matters into his own hands.
Oh, yeah.
Number one, that little sequence, even without boost, he stayed on the ball. It allowed the rest of his team to grab boost. And then in addition to that, allowed them to kind of move out in transition. That one, a little bit more dangerous than it needed to be, I feel like. A late challenge from All-Stars -1, but at least they keep it out. Another chance to develop from Franklin.
Yeah, a lot of those battles. Nicely done. One player shooting, the players on the back, on the support kind of role. Three players now from All-Stars. Yeah, they're going to be having a lot of boost to push this one. It was nicely intended, but not enough yet, because frankly, Franklin players were well positioned to block that one. So, two almost goals here, right? Things are happening, and the motion is changing inside of the game.
Oh, a miss, but Yags couldn't hit it. To the fans' disappointment. Yags, it was tough, don't get me wrong, to try to get up to get that angle, but just wasn't able to finish in a prime opportunity. You're bailing All-Stars -1 out. At some point, you got to find one of these to go. Otherwise, All-Stars can run away. Can continue these chances. All-Stars needs to be able to make sure that Franklin can't get these shots after shots, but Franklin's got to be more opportunistic, in my opinion.
And both sides, to be honest, they haven't been trying some. They have not tried at this game specifically some plays that we saw in the previous series, which is like the ceiling kind of ball, the secondary touch to put it on the back of the neck. I don't see a lot of those combinations yet. The game is kind of flat in the sense of being sincere. The teams are trying to go no matter what for the goal. So the players at this point, they seem to be a little nervous to define the game, and that's totally understandable. But it's going to take you more than that. It's going to take some planning. It's going to take some pass, some combinations.
Yeah, it's always fun to speculate what might happen in a game number one, even in a game number two, but you never know what's going to happen. I certainly didn't expect a wide open net. So now you look back in the first couple minutes where Franklin had all those opportunities, and suddenly you're behind with 1:10 left in a best of 5 because you weren't able to capitalize before and because All-Stars caught you sleeping on the way back.
Absolutely, and two players very well positioned from All-Stars to touch that ball. If one of them was not able to touch it in the final way or stance, the other one would totally do it. So they were at the right spot at the right time. Frankly, in a very, very complicated spot, because it's less than a minute for them to say goodbye to this game.
They need something very quickly. And you have time, so you only have a few opportunities to really give away in order to, buy yourself some positioning opportunities. And that was one of them. Yags couldn't quite capitalize on this. Going Ghosty still on it. Here to the corner, but Fish is going to tap it away from him. A bit of a back pass, but it's going to beat one of his own teammates. And now Haz with ball in hand with 30 seconds left. Hags makes a huge touch, but there's nobody really out back there. Delele had to scramble back. 23 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and frankly, maybe going for their last effort here. Ghosty is trying to control it. Let's see if it's going to change on the side. Dalali also joining the play. It is their chance we're talking about. The last chance they got in this one, because All-Stars are just stalling and buying time. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All-Stars is going to take in this one.
Fish, able to kill it here at midfield. A chance to kill it. Still up in the air. Ghosty, a chance. He'll pop it high. Still opportunity with 0 seconds left on the clock. Off the corner, it'll go. Prime opportunity. Off the back wall, but couldn't get the read. It was close, but they couldn't get it done. All-Stars come all the way back in reverse sweep against Franklin EXO for the victory here in round number 2.
It was amazing. And Rich, he tried to touch that ball to defend it, but I'm going to tell you this. If the game had some more additional seconds, it would be complicated. I would even say that they would be able to score in the final seconds. So, All-Stars were kind of lucky as well to just hold off to that advantage. and like you said, reverse the series in an amazing way. So the two possible scenarios here happening in the two series that we just saw today. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. You got to go to 5 both times. The reverse sweep was actually impressive, and I told you after the second win by Franklin, you never count All-Stars out. They'll find a way to get it done. There's a reason why they got the bid in the first place. Granted, it was just 2 out of 3, but Fish did an amazing job too. Shout out to Fish. They're in that opportunity. For all the fans that are here for Yags, unfortunately, it didn't go quite your way, but that doesn't mean that your day's over or that the tournament's over either. You still have a round 3 to bounce back, go to 1, and then give yourself an opportunity to hit the brackets, and then that begins later today. Estimated time frame on that about 5 p.m. A little bit ahead of schedule, but we'll see how the rest of it do it. But Fish says it in chat too. It says, we did it. Boom. So does Reach there in chat. You love to see the youngsters getting fired up.
Absolutely. And I imagine how they felt about watching their favorite players today on the Rocket League event. It was very, very nice to learn from these guys, especially because a lot happened. A lot about building momentum, keeping momentum, and in some occasions, attacking more than defending. Some nice saves that we saw from all of these teams. So it has been an amazing opportunity to learn from them, especially. And again, to praise that all these guys got a lot of potential to grow as athletes. I am just delighted from what I'm seeing.
I am as well. Well, listen, Reach getting hyped up. He's FPS Reach in chat because he's also, like we mentioned, an all-star for Valorant. But guess what? He also has some great aim when it comes to the world of Rocket League. We got to see that in prime example of that, too. We've got more Carry to College coming. I believe the switch is over to Overwatch, but we'll keep you updated in chat on where we're going. Don't go anywhere. You're watching C2C with Lane and Bearlight. We'll be right back with you.
ready for the first ever Stay Plus Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. The season kicks off March 20th, so gear up and don't miss your chance to make history. Open registration is now live for high schools across North America. Join this groundbreaking competition featuring weekly qualifiers, an 8-week season, and a thrilling 40-person championship event. Race for $5,000 in prizes and weekly rewards. Participate in live test sessions of racetracks led by a professional driver and explore exciting career opportunities in the world of racing. Your journey to the podium starts now. Register today.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Carry to College 2025 on the Stay Plugged In Network. Again, Lane joins me, Bearlight, as we head over to the Overwatch realm in order to complete out the group stage. We saw an excellent first run from the Rocket League teams in the first couple of rounds, but now it's down to business. We've got CHS Varsity of Centennial High School facing off with The Party, which you a lot of great names from that team and a lot of fun to say as well. Lane, welcome to Overwatch, man.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I'm excited because, I'm an FPS lover. So it's going to be great to see these teams playing, and especially considering this difference in rank. But let's see, because game is played, so we're going to have to see them in action, actually, to be quite fair to how they are feeling today to play some Overwatch here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, of course, all these teams have been playing throughout the course of the day. So just because we're featuring Overwatch for the first time today doesn't mean that they don't have results from the for the first couple of rounds. So we'll kind of dive into the details after we get to that bracket point. But in the meantime, Overwatch, always a fun one. I'm glad to have it focused on this channel. But also, we'll have a main feature channel like you saw the matchup ahead of you, but also if you want to check out some secondary streams for Overwatch, we also have those pumping. So open up a tab, go to twitch.tv/staypluggedin, D as in dog, or stay plugged in E as in Elmo, I guess. Oh my goodness, what do people usually say for E? I think it's just E, but either way, you'll have some extra
Elevator.
Overwatch action there. Elevator.
Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it?
Honestly.
It's It's
elevating all the chances. Yeah, elevating all the chances for these high schoolers. That's all.
You're just offering our dear youngsters some vocabulary, right? Some additional vocab here as we move into the game. Yes, CHS versus the Party. What kind of feast are we gonna have with its 10 players trying to show their best here, man?
Yeah, it is 100%. And when we talk about the Party, we have seen the best. In fact, for CHS Varsity, it's going to be how well can you play the Party. The end goal, maybe, obviously, is to win the series. But if you do just play good against this team, you're in for a treat. When we talk about the Party, what we know is that they're a Tier 2 squad, from my understanding. I've seen them play in action. A lot of these are from Shikigami, one of the teams that plays and competes at the Tier 2 level for Overwatch. That consists of Zatex, Chains on that team, Triplets on that team, Coopers on that team. I remember seeing them a month ago, so a lot changes during that monthly time frame. But just to give you kind of a perspective, the Party, an extremely strong team. Centennial High School, they feel the tail end of that as they've already capped the point first. But that pro experience goes a long way if you're trying to make the collegiate scene, which is kind of crazy to say, but it is what it is like.
Yeah, absolutely. They are doing a good job. It wasn't very, very much early and blasty first kind of fight where indeed the Party did a better job. We could see also by the kill feed that both sides were very much balanced and to a certain extent. And then the Party, they just took over. And as for CHS Varsity, they were trying their best. And both, let's put it this way, choices of characters, their selections are kind of similar. Of course, we always see some of those heroes repeating themselves, like Moga, like Lucio. So these are common choices, but with some changes as well. Slightly, we're going to be talking about that over the time, over the way. 50% for the Party when it comes to controlling the cap. So it is an amazing beginning for them as well.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of these, one thing that I look at it as far as this goes is you always want to have a player that's relevant to the meta. And that's a great ult, by the way, that we're seeing there. Zatex able to kind of tear through with that Sojourn.
Wow.
Mora as well. You heard Cooper pop that one just as support there. And the Party, very, very strong. They're partying right now and over CHS. And yeah, a lot of these players, you want to see them in the meta as far as heroes go, but you want to see a lot of variety as well. Hazard most recently joined the Overwatch crew as a hero in Overwatch and is getting a whole lot of play. He seems to be overpowered, and a lot of players recognize that, and that's what colleges want to see. Chain's been doing a good job to utilize his kit. Username the same, but just not quite as powerful when you have the supporting cast that Lich and Chain have around them for the Party.
Absolutely, and Moga, indeed on the hands of Chain, being very, very well utilized as the kind of brawler that you want to see on the front line, doing a very, very good job in first start for the game. So both teams using the same hero, and we see Lucio very close to the battle, but that's how you want to use Lucio, right? It's very much about the mobility that he's got to dart in and just get out of the danger at the same time. So far, so good for the Party. Not a lot of tricky moments. They had a very much interesting team queue to show some moments ago, and CHS, they're going to have to recover for the second one because it has been a very, very tough first exhibition in the map.
Yeah, credit Xiaogu for keeping that point alive as long as it was there in overtime, because the mechanics there for Lucio to avoid what is a very deadly shot from a majority
Yes.
of these players on the other team was impressive. I mean, Zatex on that hit scan typically, and will be doing just that with the Tracer now as the adjustment is being made to this next one. But that's something that's very difficult to do when you have that other team as deadly as they can be. And so CHS Varsity kept themselves alive, and that's the kind of effort that I want to see from them. But the party's showing why they are the strongest at the end of the day. Currently, one of the very favorites to win C2C. Put on display whenever your DPS duo, which is very important in this meta, come alive. Well, you'll see an example of that. Lich actually turning to Sojourn for this next one. So a couple of hit scans as Zatex switches to that Widow as well. They're going to get a whole lot of damage out early. And it's actually Chain going to be the one to get the first initial kills on Ivy and Xiaogu before we even get things going.
Absolutely. Now, again, the party keeping the momentum and keeping the kills. And I was just going to point out that it's very cool to see on the side of their supportive portion of the squad. You see a Lucio, you see a Moira, when you actually would love to see these days a Lucio with a Kiriko, the most advised combination when it comes to helping and healing. But on the other hand, CHS, they have that kind of combo. So they got Lucio, they got Kiriko. Let's see how they're going to be able to help the team, if they're going to be able to step up from now on, because that's what CHS need.
Aggressive positioning there, and Xiaogu will actually pay for it as they were out and about in that main area. So I didn't necessarily like that. They're approaching from different sides, trying to split apart the party, but it's just not going to happen, especially when Triplets up here to just speed boost them into submission here at this point. Look at them all the way up the top of the wall with that wall ride and keep them at a distance. CHS Varsity, if they go through the front door, forget about it. That's not going to work. And trying to get to this backside door is not either, although Username's going to try to open that as well. Zatex, though, walks in, and a couple of headshots will land on his and the rest of the squad. Cooper trying to collect the loose change. Ivy going to keep them alive temporarily with that kill with the Kiri, but eventually they will fall as Cooper will finish them and send CHS packing here. And 57%, just CHS has not been able to allow the opportunity to get back on point. I like what they're doing, though. Lane, it just hasn't quite finished off.
Yeah, and I will say, point for them, because CHS, they have been more endurance. They showed their endurance on the second fight. It was longer a time that the party needed to finally step in the cap and, you know, move those numbers ahead and up. So CHS, they already showed a better challenge for the party, and that's how much the second point took longer. But again, like we saw in the first moments of the game, the party showing a very good bunch of consistency, even changing their tank hero here for a Wrecking Ball. As we know, a very, very good, there it is. An excellent diver is started for the fight, doing a very good job, and CHS, they just got to step in the cap, and they got to fight better at this point.
Yeah, plain and simple, you need to be opportunistic in that moment. And even though you win a couple of fights here and there, the party will still hold on to win the first map here at Lijiang Tower. And very, very clinical for them. Again, CHS would encourage them to keep their strategies true. All right, now I did like what they were able to accomplish here, but at the end of the day, Lich was just so good at being able to recognize who they needed to focus, and you can tell the communications on point that these students have played together for an extended period of time. That chemistry came into handy, especially when we talked about their ability to create plays. The double hit scan was deadly. Zatex showed off some of that skill with the Widow, and just didn't allow CHS to do anything whenever their supports fell that instantly.
Absolutely, and besides that, the party were able to fight inside of the objective, and that is amazing when you want to attract and lure your opponent inside of your own grounds, and that's how the party were dominant. They were the dominant side versus CHS, who they had a margin to improve, and they surely did during the game, the first game. So they're gonna have another chance of doing that into the next map. That's what I want to see from them, because as we know, these guys are young. These guys they got a lot of potential. They just gotta step up sometimes, and try something special and different inside of the game, as in like catching your opponent off guard. And I would say that at the party, they were not so unattentive on that. They were just always smart, always checking on the sides to not be chunked up and not being like pinched up, especially.
Yeah, and for me, coming into this map, or in this match in general, I thought that the party was going to run away with this one. Right now, that seems to be the trend. And the thing is, I think that if CHS had an opportunity, it would be in that brawl composition. Because when you open up the rest of these maps, these open maps, no matter which direction you go to, it's probably going to happen. It's just going to be more difficult, especially when you have Lich popping off the way he did. Zatex, that deadly combination, that duo for the DPS is going to be very hot to handle. Zatex with the Widow, and there's not very long sight lines there. That's going to spell trouble along the way. The beauty of it, though, of the format is that Centennial High School will have the choice as far as maps do go. So it'll be interesting to kind of speculate on what map they'll go to. But when at the end of the day, you're facing a pro, right? Imagine your scenario. You're facing these semi-pros, I should say, at this point in time, these tier 2 players, and you just haven't had that experience yet. How do you approach that game?
Well, yeah, it's challenging how, because it's not only about your personal individual skills. As we know, it's a team game. You gotta coordinate those efforts, and like you said, Widowmaker, for example, making a huge difference in a map that is not so favorable for those long lines of shots and fire. You know, a lot of those grounds, a lot of those closed spaces. It is complicated. Some maps favor, as we know, those kind of heroes. Others do not. So these changes, they also these changes on heroes pick specifically, they also change the expectations and the final outcomes inside of the series, and that's how much the map number 2 is going to be strategical. I want to see how the teams are going to be behaving, and if we're going to have any kind of behavior changes from side to side, if like the party going to be trying something different, you know, maybe flanking more, but you know, so far so good for them because they were keeping the unity, the consistency all there.
Yeah, Tracer got a recent buff, so I think, you know, maybe being able to utilize that would be helpful. We know Zatex will probably do that as we're going to Kings Row for the next one. For those of us in the Overwatch scene, it's been around a while. We've seen this map so many times, and we'll see it yet again here. But that, of course, hybrid scenario does feature some long sight lines at first, but if you're able to tear through, let's say your CHS and start on the attack, we'll see what the situation is. The party will start on the attack. So it'll give you some opportunity on the defense to see if you can't hold off this first point, and then after that it gets a little bit dicey. You'll have a chance to defend the narrow alleyways and see if they can't find a way around it. Maybe hold on to some of the choke points once you get through that first point. So I see CHS finding more success here, but if you're going to the party finding more success here, but if you are CHS looking to challenge that, you got to go to a map that you know well, and what other map to do it than for Kings Row. Familiarity at the end of the day, Lane, is it helps you in pressure situations.
Absolutely does, and everything you prepped, also your confidence on that day. We have to remember that because players, they do tend to focus a lot on the prepping stuff and on the prepping side of things. But then on that day, are you fine? Are you well on that precise day of the match? And that's gonna take you to the victory or not. That's gonna change it all. That's how much esports are beautiful. You gotta, you know, take one step at a time. And I'm hoping for CHS that they, just bring more of that confidence on like picking the fights, also avoiding some tricky spaces. And on the side of the party is about keeping the strength, keeping what they're doing, because experience is changing the game in this series specifically, Bear.
And again, map number 2 we go. Here, both sides choosing to go the Reinhardt way, which hasn't seen a lot of love over the course of the past couple years. One of the OG heroes in Overwatch, and we'll get to see him back in the meta too. I love the Lucio plays as well recently because I was a Lucio main for an extended period of time, so a bit of
that's
bias.
cool.
Yeah, let's be honest. But yeah, Somber play too. You wanted some of those flanks, and I guess we'll get it here lane 2 as things kick off here. They're already on point. The party takes no time to move them backwards. Even the Reinhardt obviously stands in the way. That's what you want to do, but getting very aggressive through the choke point, chasing them out the back door. So that way it'll be an easy cap here for the party as they went to work. But Lich and Chain actually fell here, so it gave an opportunity to open the door, but now they'll drop as well. As diving in was the Reinhardt also, but look how easy it is for them to cap this point. The party just absolutely executed to perfection.
Yes, a more balanced kind of a battle, but the party is still, coming on top, coming on as the stronger side again. And Reinhardt factor definitely onto Kings Row. It's just something that we expect to see because there's a synergy there, obviously. And let's see how Chain and specifically Username are going to be playing this one as the guys who are responsible, as we know, for chasing the fights and brawling it well. But yeah, let's see how the game is going to be moving ahead because the party are looking more solid now.
Zatex is always scary on this Farah because you have the Mercy behind you, pocketing the Pharmacy, if you will. Has been very difficult to approach, especially when you talk about the comp on the other side. CHS has nothing that can really defend it. You can't shoot grenades from the Junkrat, right, to get that done. May's also a character that's you can't get much height, so that's why you saw the initial switch there from Zatex and Cooper. And they did a good job. Credits the Centennial High School team, CHS, for targeting Cooper and dropping them. That being said, the party still marches forward nonetheless and making it difficult. But that's what I'm talking about when I say there's been situations where they've been approaching it right. They just haven't quite found the results just from the simple fact that the party's mechanics have been a little bit more superior.
Yes, and they have been synergizing, they have been deciding well, and especially not allowing CHS to find their own chance, their own opening here on to like changing the game too much around. It is great to see that it's not even taking so long for the party, but CHS, they have been trying the best, just falling apart. That was an amazing fight again for the party, and yeah, doing what they gotta do. They're just so strong now, scored in the payload. I don't see a scenario now for CHS, but let's hope that they find something else.
They're just so far ahead of this team. And again, you'll see the Reinhardt charge in. That was perfectly timed, but they were stunned. A great job from Ivy in order to hop in and get the job done after that perfect execution there from CHS in order to stun them with the Reinhardt themselves. Zatex rather, up top. Now we'll drop down below here with the Farah. Try to pulse bomb himself in. It executed the first time, but now they're going to jump right into hole and be able to get that kill on Ivy. The Kyria down. That'll be making it extremely difficult for CHS. So once again, a situation where CHS just find themselves with the party just jumping in moments, and this payload has essentially not moved at all. Lich trying to jump into here too to dive in with this Sombra. They're hacked. There is nothing you can do when Zatex is behind you as well. The team kill in the party will push forward and cap this with more than 4 minutes on the clock. This was just an all-around impressive job. Although it's not officially taken yet, the Reinhardt still with a lot of health, but Zatex will make sure that they're off the board. Lich will fall to their death too in celebration because they have capped it with 4:15 left on the clock. A high bar to set here in Kings Row round 1.
Absolutely, very good job. Very strong exhibition, and those fights were so nicely done by the party, both on the main track, also on the sides. And CHS, we could barely see their formation, unfortunately for them. So let's see how they're gonna shuffle things around to try to respond to this challenge, and also the heroes that they're gonna be picking, to change definitely their damage output because they need to bring more value. The party, they are just comfortable. It was kind of a fast score to payload mode here, as we could see, Bear.
Yeah, again, I go back to hero composition there. I
Yes.
get it. Junkrat and May, they are very defensive-minded heroes.
Yes.
That being said, when you saw the Farah come out, you saw the adjustments being made, but I think it was a little too late. Once you got through that choke point, Kings Row, it almost basically flows from there if you have the right patterns of attack, especially if you have avenues behind the defense and just able to push them back mano-a-mano, face-to-face, and the party accomplished that. So a lot more of that dominance, but CHS Varsity, on the attack now, have their opportunity to do so. But when you see a Widow come out from CHS, you're going to have to see a whole lot of success and them being able to connect in some accuracy to kick things off.
I was going to say that. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take you that kind of precision that usually is tough when you're already losing the series, right? So you got to keep that icy mindset to not allow yourself to get nervous or feel the pressure. You're gonna need to find the right shots. It is a narrow kind of map, so I don't know. You don't have a lot of those flank high grounds or spaces to move around and shuffle things. But like you said, let's see how it's gonna happen here because they also got the Junkrat, and he's gonna be totally focusing on those traps, on those explosions, to help the team to get their defensive efforts up. Against the party who are looking so strong.
Lich did a great job to track down your Munger, Your Mungander. That's a name and a half. Lich taking it to Ivy, though. And we'll drop them down. And already, the first attack doesn't go your way. No real adjustment. You see them actually switch to Lucio here for Xiaoga. We'll see if they get anything going. I'm watching Yor. See if they can't find some value out of this Widow. Otherwise, it's a prime time to maybe make a switch here or that in the combination of Sombra to try to get behind them, get the hacks, and then be able to get the snipe. Hasn't been working. Reinhardt battle on the point. I'm here for it. Oh, swing away. Swing away, big man. Oh, it'll favor Chain, but just by that little bit. And even the shield going up in time to fight off Yor, so they're not able to get value either. They're forced off of it as well with the high flyer that you see in Zaytex, just causing all sorts of chaos on that double stack bus.
Yeah, it's like, listen, who needs a traditional battle, right? With all of the players together. No, we're just like gonna move into the Reinhardt kind of battle and duel. That was amazing to see. And obviously we're gonna be endless, right? Since these guys are monsters when it comes to HP. But thanks God, things moved along. But beautiful to see. Nice effort on the brawling side of things. The party's still strong, and it's looking like CHS, they're gonna have to keep changing and keep chasing and fighting well, because it is the game of their lives here.
That's right. Have this opportunity to cap. 3 ultimates in hand for CHS Varsity. And right now, you'll see the Widow pop it. The party will answer back almost immediately, as they do have the Ana ults. Ivy took out Lich, though. That's a big pick, because that DPS from Lich has been incredibly difficult to try to maneuver around. So now it's Shogu as well, able to take out Triplet. That was a strong point to jump on. Oh my, the Earth Shatter used on just the Reinhardt, but they'll use it just in time in order to chase it out. They'll find value out of that. Sometimes that's just what you got to do. But chasing it down, Zaytex trying to find them. What a track there, as well as he gets a kill. And Yor, though, from behind, able to take out one. Zaytex, he says, I'm going to try to do it myself. Hops onto the point, and now he has a chance for the barrage, but he's going to be taken out before he's able to capitalize on that one. Just trying to buy time here and contest the point, and right now they're still not able to cap it because of it, and the timer ticks down even lower. Great job to stay on the point as well. CHS Varsity just cannot get Chain off of here. Just going to throw up the shield and buy as much time as possible for the rest to come through, as Triplet giving them some support as well to dive in and do some damage here. They weren't able to cap it. They've only gotten two ticks of this point up. 35 seconds left, and the battle continues. Still nothing doing. Just bought all the time in the world for the rest of the team to swing around, and the party just able to keep them at an arm's distance for an extended period of time. The party, sure enough, has been able to capture not only King's Row here, almost certainly, but they've done a great job to capitalize, and perhaps a 2-0 coming sooner than rather than later.
Yeah, amazing job. It was a very, very long and exhausting fight, as we are back to it in a way, because the party, they reversed one of the tickets. Let's see if they're going to be doing more than that. CHS showing some toughness. Team kill for them, and they just, hammered this one down. Very, very good job. The party showing to be very, very much stronger than we thought.
That's absolutely outstanding. I cannot believe it. Zaytex has been absolutely stacked when we talk about damage causing and just making it difficult. Again, it's not just about with Pharah getting up, because obviously you have the ability to play vertically, but then being able to kind of shift around, be a target that you just cannot be handled. And Mercy also being able to track them down and give them some love on the back end to pocket them for a little bit and then change off of them, even still found value. It was incredible to watch this team operate, and then to really add to it. Chain, the senior colleges. Chain, I just gotta say this, I'm sorry. Chain for colleges there. That Earth Shadow at the tail end too, and that Reinhardt play was absolutely outstanding as well.
Man, it was amazing. Amazing combo. Yeah, like you said, that's where we need to shift our eyeballs to, right? Because it was amazing to see that kind of support, and also the mobility he had, and what a player. Right? What a player and what a team. The party, they showed toughness to also get back to the point and reverse a cap that was in the hands of CHS, and that's kind of rare to see. The team was there, everything was working so well, and CHS, they were brave enough also to try to get back to a better spot, but
Yep.
it was just not enough time anymore. And like you said, the map was already in the party hands, so it was very much one-sided. But I like how CHS showed progress over the series, trying to change, trying to get strong again, but it was just tough.
They have two sophomores, freshmen as well, and they were almost able to cap the Kings Row point there. They're extremely close. They were able to knock off and win a team fight against some of the best in Overwatch in North America. That's a statement that has to be said. I think CHS did a fantastic job given the circumstances here.
Yes.
And certainly have my eyeballs too. I thought, they've done a great job. It's a very young team. They can bounce back. If I'm Centennial High School and I have my Overwatch squad ready for the next season, no better reps than to go up against a tier 2 squad. Y'all absolutely killed it given the circumstances, but the party just proving why they're going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of this bracket.
Yes, they already set the tone. Yeah, there was a major statement throughout the weekend. Let's see who's going to be able to face them from now on. These guys are so solid. You could almost not see major failures, on the lines, on the decision process. So it was a much tougher team. And again, for CHS, a lot of work, a lot of potential. These guys are amazing. Like you said, it was a very, very good effort. And maybe just beginning to change that mood and that pace of work a little earlier could have changed the outcome.
Agreed. No better way to start up by than to see everybody putting their 100% in, and that's what we saw from the first round that we've gotten to witness from Overwatch. But that was round number 3. So both brackets, Rocket League and Overwatch, are going to be generated after the 3 rounds here. So we're going to take a bit of an extended break, but don't go anywhere. I promise. We'll be back in just a little bit with C2C, the final bracket of part 1, coming at you.
Yo.
live here on the Stay Plugged In. Appreciate your patience as we bring you a matchup from the bracket. Joining me here, Bearlight, and let's talk a little bit about the group stage. Rock kicks off with a couple of incredible matches to start off the day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We had the chance to see everything almost happening. From a game that was defined using all the games up there to the second one where we had some upsets as well, and now we're talking about Overwatch with an amazing set of scenarios as well. The first game was totally overtaken by the party versus CHS, who are now having another chance, let's put it this way, right, versus Dreamland. So that's going to be the match that we're going to have following up.
Yeah, it should be a good one for sure. As we head to the bracket, again, let's check out an opportunity for CHS to get to that next level, because against Dreamland, still going to be a tough matchup. Let's be honest. They have a lot of great talent as well. It might be a free agent team, so they haven't played together as a full team before. But nonetheless, I mean, they have a lot of young talent here. I mean, 3 out of the 5 of these players on the starting roster are juniors. And then you have a sophomore to add to that as well. And then 1 senior, Echo Dipped, who actually committed to a school. So you love to see those stories, but a young team means you have plenty of time to develop in your Overwatch career.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of time, a lot of chances as well. And when it comes to chances, they are going to be having the opportunity to start. And the first map that we saw before, so CHS coming again to Legion Tower, maybe adjusting things, maybe, fighting in a more, let's say, aggressive way this time to, bring that fire to the game, to the ground versus Dreamland. And like you said, a lot of potential, a lot of those players having opportunities here to show their qualities. And it's going to be great. Talk about this quarterfinals game.
CHS now an opportunity, down to business. It'll be round 1 of this bracket for a chance to try to get into the quarterfinals here. One of these two teams are destined to go up against Lemonade Limes, one of my favorite names here on the Overwatch side, to try to break into the top 8. But which team will it be? Back to Lijiang Tower, like you mentioned. And right now, we'll see again a different composition, actually, for CHS, bringing in an Echo potentially. This could change in the next 10 seconds, and sure enough, it does. You'll see his jump over to that Genji, which we thought might be the case. And we will start off on Garden. This time around, just like we did last time. So CHS Varsity hopefully not feeling deja vu. We'll see if they get the job done with the crowd in front of them. Meanwhile, Dreamland introducing them. Echo Dipped, like we mentioned, committed to a college, but all the rest of them up for grabs if you're a college. So buckle up here as we begin this map number 1, round 1.
Oh yeah, it is on course. It is happening already with a lot of actions and a lot of those fights already on the first point. It's gonna be great to see. Again, control mode, as we do know, opening the conversation here with a lot of those fights and picks inside of the cap. So who's gonna be, coming out of there alive? The fight is favoring Dreamland at this point with a lot of eliminations, and CHS already suffering major losses in the front line.
Yeah, that was pretty devastating to watch them drop as quickly as they did. Dreamland right back onto it, though. A lot of that was led by Rowley, who I've seen in the past as well. They play, when you play Brig and their ultimate is, in fact, called Rally, you kind of remember that type of thing. He did an excellent job last time, and they were really able to rally the troops for that first engagement and get the job done here. So CHS Varsity had a little bit of trouble when it came to front and center engagements last time around. But look at the trigger discipline as Temper going to get some knowledge here, some intel from CHS Varsity before blinking away with Tracer and opening up the possibilities now on points. You'll see them try to just harass that point with the Pharah up high, not able to really do much as Temper was behind the scenes causing all sorts of chaos with great blinks in to just completely devastate the back line. Both supports down.
Oh yeah, this Tracer has been a super versatile kind of hero, going again, going in and out also. So amazing the job that Temper just put out for Dreamland. Like you said, devastating their backline, deorganizing them in such a way that they cannot get back to the fight. So CHS at a tough spot again already, looking into a very complicated point to reverse. CHS Varsity, even though, they bring nice heroes again, and a strong possibility here with Echo when it comes to being close to the opponents, when it comes to dealing that damage that is going to clutch. But, as a team, they're not responding, and Dreamland are enjoying this.
Yeah, that was a boop, plain and simple, from the pulse grenade, so that's never how you want to start the engagement. But that being said, CHS has a little bit of a clapback there. Ivy was able to help out one of their teammates and then drop Sonic Boys as well, so getting a little bit of a revenge on that Pharah. But at the end of the day, how much damage are you ultimately causing? So hard to track down the hamster. Now they'll try to dive on to, again, the point here, and we'll take it to him. So credit Noah for hanging in there too. Temper, well, doing what Temper does best. That was a melee kill before swinging around, getting the second one on Ivy. So just great control from the back lines, transition it to the points, and that's why Dreamland has found the success. Although the point was flipped here, they still are having an uphill battle here, CHS is.
Yeah, CHS fighting back, and bouncing back, trying their best after what you mentioned about Wrecking Ball being such a disruptive force again, right? Going into the back, flanking very well. Such a diver, an amazing one to see, by the way, in any kind of map. But we are on overtime, and it seems that it's gonna go to the side of Dreamland. There it is. So objective secured, and 1-0 on the score for them already, versus CHS, who suffer in this map, and they go again for a loss, and definitely a space and a map to be worked on.
It is, and it's the little things when you get to this level of play. It's Centennial High School. You can tell that they've got some talent, but how do you break into that next level, right? How do you get to the tier 2 level? It's a $1 million question. It feels like, especially if you want to get to the pro level, and that's very close, to some degree with a lot of these teams that they're facing. So the way that you do that is the little things. I saw a moment where the Pharah, for example, Dreamland, I believe it was Echo, use the pulse to get as high as possible to the point where you can just float in and you're just spamming those rockets. And, when the fight's taking place on point, that communication comes in handy because you're able to open up a world of possibilities by using just simple little tips and tricks that maybe you forget about when the heat of the moment's on you. But now to Control Center will go. CHS Varsity has not seen this round yet. Remember last time we were at Lijiang Tower, it ended before this third point here at Lijiang Tower. So we'll see if they have a little bit more success. The first fight and engagement taken on the CHS Varsity side. They're critically low, but they get a wall just in time to get behind them. Hammond trying to dive into the back line, but the Baptiste gets a little bit of support from Temper to dive back just in time. And now Sonics from a distance, who was actually the one as the far last time, finding some value here on the Genji here at control point. But the fight continues, so credit CHS still stays alive. The support from Fury has been excellent. Xiaogu has stayed alive currently as well, playing up high as the Lucio. Yor is having their hands full too, trying to dive through. The problem is they're staying alive here, but Lane, they just haven't been able to break through any of these chokes. In fact, they got pushed back basically to their own spawn as Dreamland's able to just walk on the point and cap it.
Yeah, you just nailed it. And it strikes me as CHS, they're bringing again that kind of duel when it comes to being a support. So Lucio and also Kiriko, it did not work on the first game versus their first opponents. Now the party, and now it's not working again. So it's time to change things around, because when you look into the Dreamland side, you have a Comfort, you have Baptiste. He's from a distance. He's already poking that cure to the team, and it is helping them as they reach now 50% of control on this spot here versus CHS. And I want to emphasize how much Dreamland, they are loving this kind of moving battles, right? They move because they got the chance to do that. They got Tracer, they got Genji, so they can't do that versus CHS, and CHS are not fighting well.
In this engagement, you'll see that they have the beat from Xiaogu, so they had a temporary opportunity there with some of that extra shield to pop into the point, and that's why Ivy is able to get at least the initial pick off of this engagement. Echo Diff is just showing why they're in this collegiate level, that they got a commitment to a college, because with that on a backline, it's been absolutely stellar.
Yeah, it's been very good for them, fighting and moving and using the flanks as well. As we see now, it's gonna be tough for CHS to reverse this one, almost getting to 100% for Dreamland. Such an amazing game, such a very, very good, consistent performance by them. Once again, the second map is kind of being a reprise from the first one. We already reached the overtime, and it's gonna be dust and done.
Yeah, it's over. Great job from Dreamland from the get-go. They were ready to engage, and there was very, very little opportunity for CHS to find any weaknesses, any chinks in the armor. They did not exist. It was, again, a well-balanced effort, and when you're seeing your supports being the ones that are actually able to get the plays of the game, actually pretty wild. a banger of a performance for sure. There's just a lot of ways that you can find some value here. So again, just to kind of recap, in this first map, did not go CHS's way. It started off with an unfortunate drop off, and from there, Dreamland, just the way they're able to utilize every single inch of both of these maps, both of these rounds, was absolutely phenomenal. And switching it up too, catching them by surprise. CHS Varsity never had room to breathe, and it showed.
They did not, and the change of map also did not help them as much as he could have helped. And also, I would say on the side of Dreamland, Mon, right, as the tank hero here, using the Wrecking Ball, he was so comfortable to also deal the damage. Usually you want that kind of hero to, to dive in and then just eventually step back or step out and have some level of cure on the back line, but he was not feeling that necessity because CHS, they were not able yet to put out that kind of combined damage between 1, 2, 3 even heroes if you wish. So this is something that they need to definitely work on, and there's time. They're too young. These guys, they have potential, and I want to see them reaching the top very, very, very much soon.
Agreed. And now, so next, looks like they are going to Kings Row, which is exactly the pattern we saw last time. CHS didn't find the success in the first one. It was literally Lijiang Tower to Kings Row. And I don't hate this, even though they dropped 2-0 and it seemed pretty easy. Well, you're not going against all tier 2 players here. You're going to have at least an opportunity to break through. I thought they played really well at that Kings Row, given the circumstances. I mentioned that last time. So I'm actually interested to see if they can find some success there. I think if they, looks like they'll start on the attack too. So that'll be a telltale sign if they're able to cap that first point. Maybe they get some confidence rolling, saying, hey, we're doing better than next time. And then maybe that'll allow their defense to really step up. Is it likely? There's so much talent on Dreamland that I'm not sure that CHS Varsity, gotta go with their name. I'm not sure they get it done, but I think they do at least challenge this Dreamland team more than maybe we're thinking right now.
Yes, I think you're right. I think this is going to be a map that could go to CHS side, depending on how much the team also responds to an effort, for example, from their tank hero. We could see Reinhardt on their side, as much as on the party's side as well on the first game. But as we do know, that's not enough. You need to bring more. The damage needs to be also there. And maybe a change, maybe, a rotation with the heroes. I don't know, maybe Winston, maybe Moga. Something needs to happen, to allow CHS to fight. Either moving or just standing on a specific spot of the map. But let's see how that's going to roll, because as we do know, when it comes to this mode, it's all about moving, fighting and moving, and closing the gaps in the flanks, and, finding a way to be with the team as well and not losing the positioning.
Ivy's did a great job in support for CHS, regardless of what the results have looked like. So they'll certainly be leaning and relying on that. And as a Curie, you certainly get value here. One thing that I will note is they haven't yet, with 15 seconds left, locked in that Widow. We mentioned that you have to hit your shots there. They did a decent job of that because they got a little bit of support from the Sombra the last time they ran that comp, but it's looking a little bit different. They're going to be taking in a Reaper here. They'll also be changing to Mei last second. So again, it's just a situation where if Dreamland wanted to go with the Pharah comp, it's not typically seen here at Kings Row, but when you see those DPS, you might see that switch early here for Dreamland, and we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to change their landscape, because they definitely deserve a chance. They do deserve a map. They deserve another opportunity to show their qualities. We already have, of course, the first fight rolling, and it's going to have to be from the first moment. They need to, grasp this game from minute 1 to have a chance versus Dreamland, who are looking very much strong, especially since the last maps, as we could see. We see already Temper destroying a lot of those backlines again with Tracer. It's very interesting hero to use, and the damage is always there. She's going to be moving a lot, and it's going to be offering that challenge to CHS.
First fight secured here by Dreamland. It's, again, not a very ideal start unless you're a Dreamland fan. Dreamland's definitely feeling it. Credit to them, because Dreamland, one of those free agent teams yet again. So Dreamland coming in as a not-so-5 stack, if you will, is finding a whole lot of success and synergy just by playing alone. And sometimes that'll happen, higher you go in the rank of any game, honestly, Lane. You realize that Is it always perfect, or are your teammates always going to vibe with you? No, but you have a better opportunity of vibing with players that can completely grasp the concept and have great intuition. But speaking of great intuition, how about Manoa jumping right in on the play right when they needed to? They saw that flank, the comms were on points, and they'll finish the rest after the pulse bomb from Timberlands too. A great combination, the 1-2 punch from the Hammond and Manoa with 3 kills in that engagement, and that'll set CHS back even further.
Yes, absolutely. These two guys taking the team ahead, definitely Temper and Maul. These guys are changing the scenario again because it is tough. When you know how to use them and you have a team that backs you up, amazing, awesome. And that's what Dreamland is doing. Like you said, CH has a little bit back again, having to fight for the space, having to fight no matter where. They're gonna have, you know, to really dive into this one. They don't have a lot of choice. The game is rolling and the time is really flowing against them now, as we already see them all. It goes for a 10 player kill streak that is bizarrely good for them, and it's gonna keep their rate. It's gonna keep their momentum.
Manoa just was taken off, but it was not before the damage had been done. His riding up with that Life Weaver in order to get up and cause some more damage in their face. They did have a couple of ultimates. In fact, the beatdown for CHS, that kind of tailored with his Death Blossom should be able to combine for them to get this point, but you just haven't seen it yet. Earth Shatter down, and now will charge in as well to cause even more damage. Manoa taken off twice in a row, and that should allow CHS finally a chance to be able to cap this point, and they were able to get up to the second tick, and Dreamland get a chase out, but Temper is not thrilled with having the backup, so he's going to try to challenge this point. The rest of the team trying to follow suit. Are they able to do it? Yeah, they haven't capped it quite yet. It's all the way back down to the second point. Temper gets the first engagement and the kill. They didn't even realize that they were flanking on the other side.
Oh, yeah, there was an unfortunate follow-up for CHS. They did good, excuse me. They did very well without Kiriko fighting and picking the kills, but then Dreamlander just reversed this one, killing a lot. And again, Temper and Maul were able to reverse. Let's see how things are gonna flow. CHS, sometimes they look like they're fine in their own way. They're fine in their track, but then things just go sideways because, you know, Dreamland, the party, these teams just punish a lot CHS in some occasions.
And Temper's been just putting on a clinic. Another pulse bomb will land. It won't kill the target. And Sonic with the wheel as well, with the tire, just able to tear through a couple more. And it's frustrating. There was times where Manoa was, you dropped them twice and you had the point and it was literally 1 tick away, but they're not going to be able to cap it here. They'll be stuck with just 2 points on the actual cap. And great job again defensively from Dreamland to be able to hold them off. It all started with Temper and what they were able to accomplish with that Tracer. Yeah, it was amazing. We could see that it was very much more even than the other rounds and the other maps, especially. So I like to see how CHS are still fighting this one, still, you know, seeking for the game and not giving it up. So I'm hoping for them to find a little more. Let's see how Dreamland is going to be responding to this. Great job, great map, always. The same pack of maps, but with different stories, maybe. For sure. Absolutely. Yeah, Echo's been incredible. And as the lone senior on this one, you become a leader. You've already been there, done that through the Stay Plugged In platform, committed to a college. And now you kind of have some friends around you that you're able to teach the same thing. And we see that really happening with Dreamland. They're able to really work with each other extremely well. Temper has been absolutely phenomenal and is actually a sophomore. So another youngster just showing up, showing out here. So definitely putting themselves on the radar early in this one. And yeah, but CHS varsity now with an opportunity to play defense. Hopefully it works a little bit better than it did the last time around when we saw them match up against their previous matchup. Yes, they're going to be having the chance to start, you know, set the positionings and especially choose where they want to work. Let's see how Dreamland are going to be attacking. Very aggressive team again, who does not have any issues with starting and having the first upper hand movements. So there they go already. There he is, especially Maul, doing such a great job today. What a player, is very stable, by the way. But then CHS trying to get close, trying to work together, and that's what they need, right? They cannot be spreading apart again. They need to just move as a team, as a block. Yeah, incredible work from the Fincher to send them sky high and get the first couple of kills. Rally was right behind them with the Mora, who has a support, can lay out just so much damage if the time is right, and they did it to perfection. Ma Noah able to finish off that team kill, and that should allow them to cap this point, which would ultimately be the win. As you see them just distracting CHS Varsity on the back tick, and that'll end it here as Dreamland will go a perfect 2-0 in this series and hold off CHS Varsity.
Yeah, that was even faster in the end because CHS, they weren't able to break through that kind of deadlock. And Dreamland, like you said very well, they were like just in the corner, just observing and poking from a distance. So very, very good job. GG's for them, and also very good job by CHS to learn, and see how the game goes, especially from one map to the other. And we have to also, praise for them that they're gonna have the chance to work better on next occasions, and surely also try to rotate a little bit more of the heroes and bring new strats. But very good job for Dreamland moving on the championship.
Yeah, Manoa is making a case for this team as far as, how they're going to kind of vibe together. Timber did the same thing. I mean, their combination was deadly just about every single time. And when you get a whole lot of damage from your tank, especially from AM, it is actually kind of nutty. I'm not going to lie. Dreamland's off to an extremely hot start with this one. So that was just round one of Overwatch. We also have some Rocket League games and Overwatch games still continuing here on other channels, if I'm not mistaken. So you can check those out and see. But again, that's a short series lane, but regardless, you love that these students are coming out, and at the end of the day, it's all about getting that experience and being able to play in front of the many colleges that we got to see here today as well.
Absolutely. It was amazing. It was amazing to see these players, also trying to make it up for their names and, searching for glory with their teammates. So very, very good names and narratives that will be today from the Rocket League to Overwatch. I'm delighted. I learned so much. I'm already eager to watch it again and see points and see what really happened in another level and layer in some occasions and maps. So I'm really thrilled. It was amazing. It was good.
Great times. And of course, let's check out the bracket. Actually, I want to see what we've gotten in front of us for Overwatch 2. You see Dreamland with their victory, they'll move on to face Lemonade Limes. That quarterfinal matchup will start off tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Along with it, and side by side with it, will be Starlight versus Miracle. Then the party in Barnegat High School as well, breaking through. They've got a pretty stacked squad themselves. And then West High Vikings. And then look, it's me and Rocket League. It's T3 Noobs. Facing off with them. A funny name for sure.
Definitely a funny name, but I'm really, really looking into the party versus potential Dreamland. That will be such a massive clash. But of course, they got their own opponents to deal with from today to tomorrow, so it's gonna be a very nice sequence on the brackets here, Bear.
Yeah, I think T3 Noobs is actually going to be it's funny because of their name, right? But I think it's actually the dark horse. I say dark horse in this one, but I mean, they've got 2 fits of avidity, the pro team. Yes, the challengers, not the challengers team, sorry, the champions team. So yes, they've got some talent. Zomba, if you thought you saw some good Tracer play here, you did, but a next level play, right? I'm excited. I'm excited to watch Zomba there. Vex is extremely good too. So T3 Noobs came in as the 3rd seed, but I see them really accomplishing a whole bunch here at the end of the day. But we've also got the schedule for day 2, so let's go ahead and check it out and see what time things kick off. Again, it all starts off at 2 p.m. Eastern as we kind of roll through to the grand finals lane.
Yeah, it's going to be great. These teams now having a short amount of time to adjust and correct whatever they need to fix from today to tomorrow. But there it is, a nice agenda again, 2 p.m. East. And it's going to be great to see who's going to be moving forward, because these games, they're going to tend to get longer. And that is amazing for the entertainment and for the players.
Man, oh man, excited. Again, 4 p.m. start, it seems like, for the grand final side of things. So, you got to be here early, though. Of course, we've got a bit of a pre-show tomorrow, so make sure you tune in 1:45 p.m. Eastern time then. You know what? Well, that'll conclude day number 1, but we will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
you.